Statements by members. Declaration de député. The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the government,
Mark.
specifically Employment and Social Development Canada, on winning yet another prestigious Teddy Waste Award yesterday. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation holds this annual black tie event to celebrate the best of the worst in government waste. Employment and Social Development Canada was awarded the federal Teddy for its $2.5 million wasted during the 2013 Stanley Cup playoffs, advertising for its non-existent Canada's Jobs Grant. If you're going to advertise for a non-existent government program, why not do so during the most expensive advertising time the taxpayers' money can buy? Despite assurances of progress from the Employment Minister, the Canada's Job Grant program still does not exist, and I eagerly await the 2014 hockey playoffs to see if this Teddy will be successfully defended. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Canadian Taxpayers Federation for its commitment to protecting hard-working taxpayers, an important function that the Conservative government abandoned long ago. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I partook in a whirlwind tour of my constituency of Brandon-Souris. I engaged in meetings with local veterans, farmers, seniors, small business owners, NGOs, municipal officials, and many more to hear the feedback on the budget and the new Building Canada plan. And Mr. Speaker, I can report that the people of southwestern Manitoba are pleased we are returning to balanced budgets without cutting transfers to the provinces for services like health care, the way the Liberals did in the 1990s. As an MLA for 14 years, I know that staying closely connected to people you represent is the most important job of an elected official. That's why I continue to be open and accessible to the people of Brandon-Souris. To all of my constituents, my office is there to serve you, to deliver exceptional constituent services, and to connect you to the federal government. I look forward to working together so that we can ensure that communities of Brandon-Souris reach their fullest potential And I'd also like to welcome CAP executive and staff members who are here working on behalf of their farm members today in relation to the CFA convention that just finished.
The
Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, after having forced Canada Post workers to accept a collective agreement that reduced their benefits and undermined their working conditions in the name of economic security in this country, and after having claimed that the Postal Service was essential and could not be disturbed, the Conservatives are changing their tune now and claiming that Canada Post can no longer allow itself to offer urban services. What about the need? What about the economy? It seems like the facts only serve the Conservatives' flavor of the day. Several cities are already opposed to this measure, and the most vulnerable in our communities will suffer. They already feel abandoned by this government. I'm sorry. And once again, the Conservatives are demonstrating that they only know a very unitary way of directing this country rather than uniting people.
George Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to recognize and congratulate my constituent, Denny Morrison.
Go, Denny.
As well as we all know, Denny captured silver and bronze in speed skating at the Sochi Winter Olympics. As northeastern BC and the rest of Canada woke up early to cheer him on, I would also like to recognize Denny's teammate Gilmore Junio, who gave up his spot in the 1,000-meter race, which gave Denny the opportunity to capture silver for Canada.
What a great Canadian.
Absolutely. This was a wonderful demonstration of teamwork and the Canadian Olympic spirit. Congratulations to Denny, Gilmore, and all of our Olympians. You have done Canada proud. And, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to wish our best to our Paralympic athletes who will compete in Sochi starting March 11th. Go Canada, go.
Go Canada, go.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two generous volunteers of my riding, Emmett and May O'Connor. The couple resides in Sydney Mines and have been offering community service since they both retired in the early 1990s. Unsettled by the prospect of retirement, they set out to find a way to better occupy their time and decided to start volunteering in their community. Both at the age of 80, Emmett and May spent their days assisting at the Harbourview Hospital in Sydney Mines, doing everything from watering plants to helping with exercise programs and reminiscing with the patients. The O'Connors play an integral part in the hospital's day-to-day operations, having volunteered more than 20 years now. Emmett also volunteers for Meals on Wheels, the Kiwanis Golden K, and the Red Row Housing Project. They also generously host hospital residents and staff at their cabin in Cape Breton every summer. Emmett and May are two of our community's longest-serving and most celebrated volunteers. They have set a true example for all Canadians, and it's my great pleasure to recognize their contribution before all of you today.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, twice in 10 years I stood on stage in Ukraine's Independence Square speaking to hundreds of thousands gathered in revolt against, ironically, the very same President Yanukovych for the same reason, cheating Ukrainians of their democratic rights. This revolution, though, had one important difference: linguistic inclusivity. Russian-speaking, Ukrainian-speaking, all gathered together with one voice of protest at Euromaidan, representing Eastern Ukraine, Western Ukraine, the Crimea, representing linguistic national unity. As Ukraine's parliament guides the path of their nation's future, may they project a positive message of national consultation to address all concerns of linguistic inclusion, to forge a common agreement. Language is the heart and soul of the person, of their family, of their community, and of their well-being. Excluding a community or region's first spoken language in governments would needlessly divide. Linguistic fairness is essential as Ukrainians journey together through their national challenges that lie ahead. Slava Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I and my colleague from Vancouver Kingston recently hosted a community forum where we heard from hundreds of constituents and concerned citizens about how upset they are about Canada Post ending home delivery. They wanted to know why this Conservative government isn't standing up for them. They applauded Vancouver City Council has unanimously called on Canada Post to suspend the cancellation of home delivery. We heard loud and clear the safety concerns, the impact on small businesses, seniors and people with disabilities. People expressed strong support for their letter carriers who play a critical role in keeping our neighbourhoods safe. My 93-year-old mother, Margaret, who lives alone, she supports her letter carrier. Margaret knows there is no evidence to eliminate this important service. It is a further erosion of public services driven by a political agenda. Our community is joined with many others across Canada who say no to the elimination of home delivery.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to congratulate Larissa Yerkwi on her recent performance at the Olympic Winter Games in Sochi, Russia. Larissa is a Canadian skier from Owen Sound who specializes in ladies' downhill alpine skiing and women's Super G races. Following a devastating knee injury in 2010, she was cut from the Canadian team and was on her own to fundraise her way to Sochi. Larissa worked hard and qualified for the Olympics with a career best run. She fundraised on her own just so that she could don the red and white and represent Canada in Sochi. At the Games, Larissa raced hard, and in the ladies' downhill race, finished only 1.86 seconds off of the gold medal winning time. What an effort. Larissa, your performance at the Games were incredible. You worked so hard to even be there and have shown all Canadians that anything is possible when you set your mind to it. I speak for all Canadians in saying that we are truly proud of all that you have accomplished.
The honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to quote the Mayor of Pickering, Dave Ryan, where he has stated, quote, "We thank the Government of Canada for bringing 40 years of indecision to an end and providing clear direction on the Pickering Airport. Moving forward, the City of Pickering and its residents ask that the Government of Canada employ an open and transparent process with opportunities to share, analyse and comment on relevant documents and decision-making on the use of the federal airport lands," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the City of Pickering and the region of Durham have constructed their infrastructure to support the development of the Seaton lands, which will see housing of 60,000 people and some 30,000 jobs materialized over the next 10 years. This in place, infrastructure for Seaton is sized to accommodate the future Pickering Airport. Mr. Speaker, there is a desire in the City of Pickering to move ahead with this project. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Yesterday in Toronto, a group of students made their voices heard around the issue of unpaid internships, and I'd like to applaud their engagement and their courage. Their intervention underlines a disturbing reality for many young people across the country. These days, the chips are stacked against them. They graduate with record student debt, only to find that those jobs which a generation ago were entry-level positions are now unpaid internships. Unpaid. Today, we are asking young people to work for free. Now, there are many excellent internship programs out there, but due to a lack of clear rules in some parts of the country and a lack of enforcement in other parts of the country, large and very profitable corporations at times exploit young people's desperation for a job and don't pay them anything, Mr. Speaker. It's why I'm proud to stand with my NDP colleagues here in the House of Commons and my NDP provincial member for Davenport, Jonah Shine, to call on the federal government and governments across the country to tighten and enforce the rules for unpaid internships. Making a young person work for free isn't fair, Mr. Speaker, and it's oftentimes illegal.
Honourable member for Essex.
Last night's budget vote, only our Conservative government stands with Windsor and Essex. $631 million for DRIC, $500 million more for the auto industry, $305 million for rural broadband, help for apprenticeships and youth internships, and priority public service hiring and enhanced benefits for our veterans. Now, while Windsor's mayor praised this budget, the NDP MP for Windsor West called these measures, quote-unquote, bad for Canada. Reports have it this MP was recently in D.C. Did he tell Congress members he voted against funding a new bridge to the U.S., against helping Michigan with the DRIC, against a project to deliver thousands of U.S. alongside Canadian jobs using U.S. and Canadian steel? I think not, Mr. Speaker. This record is an offense to America and a disgrace in Windsor. Windsor residents deserve more than just lip service. while Windsor's 2 NDP MPs serve their leader. Our leader and this government are serving the people of Windsor and Essex.
Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, the economic performance of Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport is disturbing. Over the last 4 years, it has fallen to 4th place behind Canada's busiest airports, Toronto, Vancouver, and Calgary. There are currently no direct flights between Montreal and major South American and Asian cities, and yet these are growth markets.
Has not paid enough attention to Trudeau Airport in the last few years. Trudeau Airport should not be just another transit airport. An economic decision based on the value of opening up connections to these markets must be made. This means more people flying out of Trudeau Airport directly to destinations such as Shanghai, Seoul, Rio de Janeiro, or Buenos Aires. An increase in the number of such direct flights is absolutely necessary, and we can do this while respecting the health of those citizens surrounding the airport. The Government of Canada must act now.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, every day in Canada, children are the victims of sexual abuse. L'abus sexuel chez les enfants cause des torts inimaginables.
This would cause unimaginable effects to the victims throughout their lives. Yesterday, the Minister of Justice tabled legislation that would target people who abuse of children.
That offenders receive prison sentences that better reflect the serious nature of these crimes. A key aspect of this legislation is not only mandatory sentencing, but consecutive sentencing of those who victimize more than one child. This means no more discounts for those who are convicted of multiple offences. This is in stark contrast with the Liberal leader who said he would not rule out repealing mandatory sentences for anyone. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe if you sexually abuse a child, you should go to jail. I call upon all members, especially the Liberal leader, to support this vital piece of legislation and further protect our children and communities.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, today we were truly fortunate to welcome and hear a moving speech from His Highness the Aga Khan, a man whose great example of compassion, tolerance, and inclusiveness and respect for human dignity inspires not only the thousands of Ismaili Muslims here in Canada and millions more around the world, but all peoples across the globe, myself proudly among them. In his 57 years as the Aga Khan, he has sought to highlight the importance of humanitarianism, the necessity for education and development far and wide, and the absolute need for understanding that different cultures, religions, and languages are not a threat, but a gift. Here in Canada, we strive to meet his example, and it is a sign of his deep esteem for Canada that the Aga Khan established his Global Centre for Pluralism here in Canada. That he was awarded honorary Canadian citizenship in 2010 is a sign of our deep esteem for him. On behalf of the Liberal Caucus and all members of this House, I wish to extend my sincerest thanks to His Holiness the Aga Khan for honouring us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, back in early November, just before the Liberal leader praised China's basic dictatorship, he publicly stated his unelected and unaccountable senators voted freely. Then, in another unbelievable twist, their leader stated that the Liberal senators were no more. They were booted from the party, no longer welcome to fundraise or engage in Liberal political activities. And so the independent Liberal senators became Senate Liberals, and now apparently Liberal senators again. Just yesterday, as the Liberal senators turned Senate Liberals, announced in an apparent contradiction that they would no longer have whipped votes, Liberal Senator Mobina Jaffer was hitting the fundraising circuit at a new Bay of Quinte Liberal EDA. Of course, this comes just after senators were spotted at the Liberal convention teaching their leader how to duck and cover out the back door. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader's half-baked senatorial ploy isn't fooling Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are giving us quite a good idea of what Ottawa looked like during the last years of Liberal rule. Party friends like Duffy, Brazeau, Houssakos, Wall, and Gerstone all filled their pockets with taxpayers' money while fundraising for the party that put them there. Now, you'll tell me that the Liberal Party friends are still fundraising for the party, despite the fact that their leader promised otherwise, but that's another story. Now, Senators, 2 words. Colin Kennedy. Do we need any other arguments for doing away with the Senate? But seriously, why should people have to endure the wasting of Conservative funds, or Conservatives' waste of public funds? Thinking about employees in the Prime Minister's office who can't be asked to make a sandwich. And the waste tens of thousands of dollars on pizza. The Conservatives deserve a better government. They spend money as if it was their own.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the next federal election is over a year away, and the NDP are already waving the white flag. This week, the anti-trade leader of the official opposition passed the pipe, trying to make a deal with the pro-drug trade, high on smiles, low on substance leader of the third party. Mr. Speaker, he was choking the flames of the coalition fire. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows what a Liberal-led NDP high-tax coalition would mean for Canadians. It means massive spending increases, budget deficits, paid for by tax hikes on hardworking families, and a reckless plan to legalize marijuana, making it easier for children to smoke. When the high-tempered leader of the NDP is more willing to shed his party than his beard.
I think we veered into the personal attack towards the end of that statement, and we'll move on to questions, oral questions. Questions orales.
Oral questions.
Position.
Mr. Speaker, in order to vouch for someone at the polls, you have to show a valid ID that provides your name and address. If there's any evidence of fraud being committed, then you can simply contact anyone who vouched for another voter. That's quite simple. If there's fraud, investigate it. Why eliminate vouching altogether?
Very good. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Actually, the leader of the NDP is factually wrong. We cannot contact the voucher because, according to page 68 of the Elections Canada's own compliance review, in 45,868 cases, there is no record kept of who the voucher or the voter actually was. That's roughly 40% of the cases where vouching is used. In other words, 45,000 plus cases where there are no records kept of the voucher or the voter. That is not fair, and with the Fair Elections Act, it'll be gone.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
If you need to renovate your home, you don't have to demolish it.
Exactly. Fix the problem.
Fix the problem. Don't eliminate something that helps Canadians vote.
Exactly.
Combien,
Mr. Speaker, specifically, how many individuals were prosecuted for having voted illegally? Yesterday, upon suggestion of the Minister, the Prime Minister claimed that there were such cases. So, how many exactly? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Second factual and error of the day for the leader of the NDP. If he thinks it can be just fixed, why doesn't he read the Neufeld report where they tried that? Quote, during 2 of these elections, quality assurance programs involving on-site conformity advisors were applied. However, vouching irregularities still averaged 21% during these monitored elections. This indicates that overly complex procedures cannot be remedied simply by improved quality assurances, Mr. Speaker. That is the fact.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Order. À l'ordre.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We all noticed that the person who told the Prime Minister that there were cases refuses to answer the question, how many cases? The Minister can't answer that question because his claim that there's a massive problem of illegal voting is completely unfounded. It's false, Mr. Speaker. Is the Minister trying to tell us that they will prevent hundreds of thousands of Canadians from voting because they are incapable of training people properly? Is that their policy? Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform. Mr. Speaker, in the case of vouching, there were over 50,000 documented errors in an Election Canada report. So, Mr. Speaker,
cases of fraud, according to Elections Canada, which actually signed a compliance agreement, there were people who used the voter information card to vote more than once in highly publicized cases that happened in the leader of the NDP's own hometown.
Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that the only case he can cite was a comedy stunt on a TV show shows his total lack of ability to prove that there is systematic fraud. That's their evidence for getting rid of a system that helps Canadians vote. Millions of Canadians vote using vouching or Elections Canada voter cards. So if the minister can't say how many cases have been prosecuted, why take these options away and make it more difficult for millions to vote? Isn't it because the minister wants to make it more difficult to vote for people who don't vote?
That's right. In fact, he makes a joke out of the whole process when he refuses to acknowledge what Elections Canada said, and that is that there are errors with 1 in 6 cases of voter information cards that are sent out. That allows people to vote more than once or in ridings in which they do not live. Mr. Speaker, there have been documented cases of violations in this regard. We're putting an end to it.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Documented cases like the bogus information from the Member of Parliament for Mississauga Streetsville. That's all you've got.
That's all he's got. Ask Brad.
The Unfair Elections Act requires Elections Canada investigators to warn elections fraud suspects that they are under investigation. This would be new. We want to know why. Is it because most of the suspects happen to be Conservatives?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, this is a procedural safeguard that Elections Canada already follows in its own policy manual.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, the lack of honesty by the Conservatives is such that while on the one hand they say they're increasing infrastructure funding for municipalities, they're cutting those funds by 90% as early as April 1st. We have to invest to improve our economy and ensure that the middle class can benefit. Instead of investing, the government is cutting back and is pretending to invest. How do the Conservatives think that these cutbacks will help improve the economy in terms of infrastructure? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would have 2 messages for the Liberal Party. The first is that, contrary to their belief, budgets do not balance themselves. The second, Mr. Speaker, is that, contrary to their beliefs, money does not grow on trees. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are balancing the budget by 2015, and we're making record investments in infrastructure. Stable and predictable funding over the next decade. Mr. Speaker, that's leadership.
Mr. Speaker, it's predictable, all right? It's down 90%. So when a government is responsible for the weakest economic growth since R.B. Bennett, maybe the member will agree that clearly they're doing something wrong. The only solution they can think of, cut infrastructure spending by 90%, and that's not what they promised Canadians. Instead of planning to help our economy grow so all Canadians, and especially the middle class, can benefit, they hide their cut as a future broken promise for money that they'll never actually spend. So why is the government more interested in creative accounting than investing in infrastructure to support the Canadian economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the buttons on that member's calculator aren't working very properly. Mr. Speaker,
maybe the batteries are dead.
Last year, in our budget last year, we announced the longest and the largest infrastructure plan in Canada's history. Since we became government, we have tripled investments in infrastructure. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities welcomes our investments over the next decade. They welcome the fact that over 70% of the funds, Mr. Speaker, will be dedicated to municipal infrastructure priorities. We're getting the job done.
The honourable member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, their 10-year infrastructure plan is nothing more than a 5-year cut followed by a wishy-washy 5-year guarantee for money that they know very well may never get spent. So when household debt is at an all-time high and our economic growth is decreasing year over year, the Conservatives are only promising to increase infrastructure spending in 2019. Doesn't matter what calculator you punch that into, that's too far down the road. So why is the government cutting funding for infrastructure, for highways, roads, bridges, sewer systems that the municipalities need today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to our record investments, an important component of the New Building Canada plan is the gas tax fund. Mr. Speaker, here's what our government has done with respect to the gas tax fund. We have extended it. We've doubled it. We've legislated it. And moving forward, we will index the gas tax fund. Over $22 billion for municipal and provincial infrastructure priority needs, specifically through the gas tax fund. Mr. Speaker, these are record investments. The municipalities and the provinces welcome this.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State for Democratic Reform keeps making the bizarre claim that Elections Canada efforts to engage voters have actually caused voter turnout to decline. Yet he has failed to provide a single shred of actual evidence to defend this outlandish claim. Will the minister now table proof, real proof, of the causal link he claims exists between Elections Canada's voter information programs and declining voter turnout?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Speaker, the causal link is actually with the misdirection of the publicity away from basic information people need to cast their ballots. According to Elections Canada's own information, 60% of people who don't vote fail to do so because of everyday life issues, like they're out of town. It might help those people to know that they can vote early. The vast majority of young people don't know that, however. That is just one causal example of how better basic information would help people cast their ballots if they had that information in their hands. The Fair Elections Act will give it to them.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, Speaker, the minister is apparently having trouble understanding what the word causal means. So let's see if he can better explain his bizarre comments about fake voter ID. Can the Minister of Democratic Reform table actual examples of the fake use of voter IDs? We're looking for real examples here, Mr. Speaker, not ones performed for a satirical news show. Does the minister have any?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Actually, the ones that were done for this satirical show were real examples for which Elections Canada actually had to sign compliance agreements with the violators who undertook them. They called it Elections Canada's 2-for-1 voting special, where each of them received 2 voting cards and each of them voted twice. Mr. Speaker, when there is an error in 1 in 6 voting cards that go out, that is a risk to our electoral system. We will protect 39 other forms of ID so Canadians can vote, but we will prevent fraudulent voting.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the botched Election Reform Act will prevent the Chief Electoral Officer from hiring technical experts without approval from Treasury Board. That's equivalent to saying that Elections Canada could not have hired experts to investigate on robocalls as long as the Conservative minister who heads up Treasury Board hadn't given his approval. Does the minister truly believe that that clause is appropriate? Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform. Mr. Speaker, That clause already exists for other officers of Parliament who do work independently from Parliament and who have to investigate not only Canadians but politicians. So that is a normal clause that already exists in law. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the reform bill proposed by Conservatives requires that election data be kept by Elections Canada for only 1 year. If such a clause already existed, it's possible that no investigation about robocalls would have been carried out because the data would have been destroyed too quickly. Why doesn't the minister want the data to be kept for a longer period of time? Honourable Minister of State.
I think she's speaking about the voter registry, the voter contact registry, which will require anybody making an automated or a mass call to make, for the first time ever, to make a formal registry with the CRTC that will provide data that investigators can rely upon in the event that there are allegations after the fact, and, by the way, so that authorities can track calls as they are happening. That being said, there will also be a year-long requirement for the scripts of those calls to be kept around. That is a requirement that does not currently exist, but will in the future exist under the Fair Elections Act so that we can track fraudulent calls by political imposters.
Wow, well done.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Electoral reform is far from something unanimous among Canadians. Dozens of thousands of Canadians have asked that it be amended. The Chief Electoral Officer, Marc Méran, underscored many problems with this reform. Experts from across the country have identified certain amendments that are necessary. The minister can't deny that his reform is far from perfect. Will he amend his reform to include the criticisms from civil society and from experts? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform. Mr. Speaker, we gave this work to the committee, and that's normal. We will hear witnesses and accept good amendments.
He suggested that it was somehow unusual that the investigator would contact the subject of the investigation. This is what the current information bulletin says. Quote, when an investigation is launched, it is customary to contact or meet with the parties who are the subject of the complaint. That is the current policy of Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. We learned that Senator David Tkachuk, one of the Prime Minister's right-hand men in the Senate, questioned the auditors from Deloitte on the content of the Mike Duffy report a day before its publication, and also asked for information on how the investigation was carried out. Does the Prime Minister really think that such interference from his senator is acceptable? Parliamentary Secretary.
As the Prime Minister has already said, these three auditors appeared before a Senate committee and they verified that the work they'd done could be held in the highest of confidence, and that the Senate could accept these reports with confidence that they had done their work without interference.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Strangely enough, on March 25th, the same day where Deloitte confirmed to Senator Tkachuk that he had a complete report with or without Mike Duffy's cooperation, Nigel Wright cut a check for $90,000 for the Conservative senator. What a coincidence. Did anyone from the Prime Minister's office talk to David Tkachuk and give him any instructions on March 25th last year? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Same response in French, Mr. Speaker. The auditors confirmed that their report was confidential.
The senators in this House can have confidence in the report that was tabled.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
More news on the government's interference in the Senate audit. Now, on March 25th, Senator Tkachuk contacted Deloitte and asked, what would they say in the audit if Mike Duffy refused to cooperate? That very same day, Nigel Wright in the Prime Minister's office gave Mike Duffy $90,000. And guess what? The very next day, Mike Duffy told the audit he's refusing to cooperate. Now, does the Prime Minister really expect Canadians to believe that Senator Tkachuk's interference in the Deloitte audit was just a coincidence?
The Honourable Private Secretary of the Prime Minister.
three auditors appeared before a Senate committee, and they confirmed that the report was kept in complete confidentiality, and that senators and, of course, this House can have confidence in the report that they tabled.
Here, here. Honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. I have two holes in my back. Before there was a handle in my back, but now I don't believe in conservative stories anymore. Talking about a coincidence, we already knew that Michel Fournier, a good friend of the Liberals, also known as Zorro, was given a contract to fix Jacques Cartier Bridge and gave it to SNC-Lavalin. I imagine that happens all the time, Mr. Speaker. He suddenly inherited $1.5 million for his Swiss bank account. The SNC-Lavalin contract was $110 million, but now we know it cost $17 million more. Can the government tell us where the investigation on Zorro is at, and what happened to that $17 million extra dollars?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this government, of course, right from the beginning, has always talked about how important it is to maintain the highest ethical standards. It's a standard that this Prime Minister has maintained right from the beginning. That's why, of course, one of the first acts we brought forward was the Accountability Act, Mr. Speaker. That's something that we passed through this House to take out the corruption, the influence of big unions and big money from the system, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we know now, of course, that the NDP leader has thrown the towel in. He's prepared to enter into a tax and spend coalition led by a Liberal leader who thinks that the budget just simply balances itself, Mr. Speaker. We'll make sure that never happens, and that Canadians can have a good, competent government for a very, very long time.
West.
Speaker, Conservative broken promises are piling up, but Canadians are not going to be duped anymore. They remember phony Conservative promises to cut diesel taxes in half and to deliver income splitting. Then what about the government's failed greenhouse gas plan or their wait time strategy? And what about their promise to renew infrastructure that resulted in a 90% funding cut to our cities and our communities? How can anyone trust a government who continues to break again and again and again their biggest promises?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment and a promise to Canadian families, ordinary Canadians, that we would lower taxes. And, Mr. Speaker, we've kept that promise. Mr. Speaker, Stats Canada announced that the median net worth of Canadian families has increased by almost 45% since 2005. This confirms that middle-class families are better off today under this Conservative government than they've ever been under the former Liberal government. The federal tax burden on families today is at the lowest level in 50 years. We will keep commitments to the family.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister did not want to indicate who speaks on behalf of his government when it comes to tax policy. When it comes to income splitting, the contradiction between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance couldn't be clearer. So I ask once again, who speaks on behalf of the government regarding tax policy? That's a very simple question. What's the answer? The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
The Liberal Party continues to bring forward questions about next year's budget.
Order. I'll once again ask members to hold off on their applause till the Minister's finished answering the question, and I'm sure they'll be happy to applaud him then. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. Only this Conservative government can be trusted to lower taxes for families. The Liberal Party continues to worry and wonder about next year's budget. Mr. Speaker, we've brought forward a budget this year that will lower taxes for Canadian families, that will help middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, we have said that in 2015 we will have a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, we have a good budget this year. We'll have a great budget next year.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2002, Finance Minister Paul Martin resigned from Cabinet or was removed from Cabinet.
I just reminded members to hold off on their applause. Surely they couldn't have forgotten so quickly. So let's allow the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville to finish asking his question. The Honourable Member.
They don't like his balanced budgets. Anyway, he resigned from cabinet or was removed from cabinet, depending on your interpretation. At the time, the Prime Minister referred to this as, quote, political and administrative chaos. But now history repeats itself. Given their differences over income splitting, will the finance minister be removed from cabinet? Will he leave on his own? Or, as in 2002, will there be conflicting stories about what really happened?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we committed to Canadian families that we would continue to lower taxes. We made a commitment that we would cut the GST. We cut it from 7 to 6 to 5%. We talked about a tax-free savings account. We delivered that for Canadians. Now over 9 million Canadians invest in their retirement through a tax-free savings account. We introduced pension income splitting for seniors, Mr. Speaker, which the opposition opposed. They also voted against tax cuts for families. They vote against the middle class. We will continue to bring forward tax measures that will help middle class.
The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, the tragic death of Loretta Saunders, an Inuk woman from Labrador, is felt deeply in my province, as it is across Canada and with every member of this House. As one Indigenous leader put it, there's something wrong in Canada if Aboriginal women have to live this fate. Mr. Speaker, we here, the elected representatives of the people, have a duty to act. Will the government agree to call a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first let me express my condolences to the family and friends of Loretta Saunders. But, Mr. Speaker, the one thing I will note is our government has taken concrete action to deal with this tragic issue of murdered and missing Aboriginal women. In fact, in Economic Action Plan 2014, we've invested an additional $25 million in order to deal with this tragic issue. What I say to the member opposite is we have taken action and we will continue to do so. Why don't you stand up for Aboriginal women?
I remind the Minister that we don't address our colleagues directly, but would rather we go through the chair and use the third person, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Loretta Saunders was writing her university thesis on missing and murdered Indigenous women when she went missing herself. And today our community mourns. Over 800 Indigenous women have been murdered or gone missing since 1990, and it's time for us to acknowledge this crisis and for us to act. So will the government establish a national action plan on violence against women?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite mentioned, I think we all mourn when a family loses a loved one. And as I mentioned before, we express our condolences. I express my condolences to the family of this young woman. But with respect to action, our government has taken action. We have invested in Economic Action Plan 2014. We have invested additional funds with respect to a DNA-based missing persons index. We have taken action. In fact, this government has focused substantially on action. We encourage the opposition members to join us in that action.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, Delilah Saunders-Terriac vowed to continue her sister's fight for stolen sisters. It's long past time we address the reasons why Indigenous women are 5 times more likely to be killed than other women. Members of this House and this government have a role to play. So will the government continue the work of Loretta Saunders? Will they institute a national action plan and call an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the issue today, and I think all members of this House express their condolences to the family. And are deeply concerned with respect to this tragic issue. And as I have said multiple times in this House today, we have taken action. We will continue to take action. And I want to commend those that are part of the special committee that is looking into this issue, the parliamentary committee. I encourage all members of this House, join with the government. Let's make sure that we're taking action to deal with this tragic issue.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Loretta Saunders, this young Aboriginal woman from Labrador, was doing research at university into murdered and missing Aboriginal women. Her assassination, her murder, is a tragic irony. We must honour her memory, just as we must honour the memory of all the women who were disappeared or murdered. We waited too long to shed light on what happened in residential schools. So will the government not repeat the same mistake and launch a public inquiry into the murdered and missing Aboriginal women? Mr. Speaker, our government continues to take concrete action to address this tragic problem.
We all in this House express our extreme condolences to the family of this young lady, Loretta Saunders. I will say, though, sir, yet again, we have taken action. We will continue to do that. There have been multiple actions taken by this government, all of which the opposition look to not support. And we would encourage them,
Order. The Honourable Minister still has the floor. She has a few seconds left to finish her response.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, sir, we have taken action. In this budget alone, Budget 2014, we encourage the opposition to support that budget.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, in 1968, Lincoln Alexander became Canada's first black member of Parliament. He would go on to serve as a cabinet minister, as Chancellor of the University of Guelph, and as Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. He was named to the Order of Ontario and named Companion of the Order of Canada. His legacy of fighting against racism and for diversity and equality is one that my constituents and all Canadians cherish. February is Black History Month. What better time is there to recognize his contributions to Canada? Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell the House about our government's plans to further honour Lincoln Alexander?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. The Honourable Lincoln Alexander fought for human rights with dignity, yet with unmatched passion. And Canadians are rightly proud of his many accomplishments from a long life of public service. To pay tribute to his life and legacy, I'm happy to announce that Senator Meredith's Bill S-213, which will recognize January 21st of each year as Lincoln Alexander Day, will receive the full support of Conservative members of Parliament when it reaches the floor of the House of Commons. And I look forward to all parliamentarians, both here and in the Senate, in honouring this great Canadian.
The Honourable Member for York South-Western.
Mr. Speaker, the Employment Minister may think a my way or the highway ultimatum makes him look good, but his refusal to negotiate is hurting some of Canada's most vulnerable. The Collaborative Partnership Network provides crucial support for hundreds of people with disabilities, but the failure to reach a new funding agreement will mean the layoff of 200 disabled Nova Scotians on March 31st. Will the minister commit today to, at the very least, provide this network the bridge funding they need to continue their work?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. This government has made truly record investments in supporting skills development for persons with disabilities, the labour market agreements for persons with disabilities, the $500 million we've given to provinces per year through the labour market agreement for skills development, which they have flexibility about how they spend under our revised proposal for the Canada Job Grant, the Ready, Willing and Enable initiative included in this year's budget. Mr. Speaker, let's actually, objectively speaking, this current Minister of Finance has done more to ensure federal support for persons with disabilities than any finance minister in the history of Canada.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, people living with disabilities have to overcome huge challenges and work hard to meet their needs. They should not pay for the federal government's intransigence organizations such as the Collaborative Partnership Network provide people with disabilities the support they need to find and keep a job. Since he will not negotiate in good faith with the provinces, can the minister at least guarantee interim funding for organizations like this one so that they can continue to do their work? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee that the provinces will I can't guarantee how the provinces will spend the money transferred by the federal government, but what I can say is that the Canada Job Grant offered by the federal government will allow provinces to keep 85% of the transfers with regard to labour market training, 85%. So I don't understand why the government of Nova Scotia is talking about cutting this kind of good program when it will keep 85% of the funding of the grant. It really doesn't make any sense. The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker. The suburbs north of Montreal are some of the first areas which will be affected by the end of home mail delivery. In our area, the town of Saint-Anne-des-Plaines adopted a resolution requiring that it be consulted before these changes are made. The town of Terrebonne is worried about these new mailboxes being put into its historic downtown. Will the minister commit to consulting with municipalities and considering other alternatives before imposing these drastic changes? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, in 2012, Canada Post delivered 1 billion fewer letters than it did in 2006. We also know that currently 2/3 of Canadian households do not receive mail at their door. They also know that Canada Post has a responsibility to be self-sufficient and not be a burden on the taxpayer, and this is what this plan will do.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, let's stay with the Department of Incoherent Conservative Decisions with serious consequences. The mayors of Quebec cities are furious. The new Building Canada Fund will significantly reduce funding for sports and cultural infrastructure. The government says sport is a priority, but refuses to give municipalities the resources they need to fund arenas, pools, and gyms. Can the minister explain why, at the last minute, he changed the eligibility criteria for projects funded under the Building Canada Fund? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Colleague for that question, because I'm very pleased to announce that our government made a financial contribution today to the Ice Oval project in Quebec City. This contribution comes from uncommitted funds under Quebec's allocation of the existing 2007 Building Canada Fund, under which, of course, amateur sport infrastructure is eligible. As always, we look to provinces, territories, and municipalities to prioritize their infrastructure projects that are important for their regions. Any province that has uncommitted funds under the existing 2007 fund can make similar
The Honourable Member for West Melville Marie.
Mr. Speaker, after the immigration minister spoke to media of Canadian sanctions against Russia if it interferes in Ukraine and then appeared to back down, can the Prime Minister tell us whether he has taken any further direct steps to make it clear to Russia that it should not interfere in Ukraine's democratic transition process? And speaking of sanctions, can he explain why he has removed the personal economic sanctions against Yanukovych and his gang that he announced barely a week ago?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, if there's any explanation that needs to be made, is perhaps by that member as to why he said the other day that the Liberal leader did not need to apologize for his comments. Canada extends its sincere congratulations to the people of Ukraine on their new cabinet. Events in Ukraine have moved extremely quickly. The Yanukovych regime is no more, and people are achieving their goals. Because of the actions taken by this government, Canada is ready to freeze the assets or restrain property of those responsible for violence in the Ukraine, if and when the new Ukrainian authorities make such a request. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Immigration misled this House when he said the 14,000 Syrian immigrants admitted to Sweden since 2012 were temporary. Wrong. They are permanent. In contrast, Canada is committed to accept a paltry 1,300 refugees. What's worse, the minister is keeping community sponsors in the dark by refusing to tell them how many refugees they can bring in. Facing an impending refugee crisis, why won't the minister let them bring the refugees to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is, in fact, the case that many of the Syrians admitted to Sweden were either already there when the conflict began or are there on a temporary basis for now, as they are in Germany. Canada remains among the most generous countries offering spaces for refugee resettlement. We've all recently heard the request for a larger level of support from the international community in 2014. We will be considering that request. But in the meantime, we would ask that all members of this House reach out to private sponsors, sponsorship agreement holders across this country to make sure that we fill the 1,300 places available. They have not.
Deputy Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. It's been years that the Conservatives have taken half measures to fight climate change. The consequences of their doing nothing are becoming serious. The acidification of our oceans is going very, very fast, and our marine ecosystems are dying. In British Columbia, since 2009, 10 million scallops died before reaching maturity. A producer had to lower his production and even cut jobs. Do the Conservatives realize that there are economic costs and environmental costs to their policies? The Honourable Minister.
We're taking action to strengthen the health of our oceans, Mr. Speaker, particularly on this issue of ocean acidification. We're doing important research on its potential impact with local, regional, international partners. We're currently considering applications for more projects to examine this important new problem. We've already made significant investments to investigate the effect of higher acid levels on scallops and other sensitive species, and we will continue to do more, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The Conservatives' plan to fight climate change is to deny, dither, and delay and just pray it'll all go away. Well, the plan is failing and it's hurting BC's economy. More than 10 million scallops are dead in the water around Parksville and Qualicum Beach. A dangerous spike in ocean acidification from CO2 in our atmosphere is killing these scallops. Local producers are being forced to slash productions and lay people off. When will the government stop sticking its head in the sand and realize that climate change is real and it's hurting the environment and costing Canadians their jobs?
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do recognize that this is a very important issue, and that's why we're investing in the research into ocean acidification. We've made significant investments to investigate the effects of the higher acid level on things like scallops and other shellfish. Mr. Speaker, my department is currently considering applications for more projects to examine this important new problem, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to do the science.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents are increasingly concerned that while the overall crime rate is in decline, instances of sexual violations against children appear to be on the rise. These are some of the most horrific crimes that can be committed. The fact is, one victim is one too many. Can the Minister of Justice please inform this House about the government's latest efforts to combat the sexual exploitation of children?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member from Kildonan St. Paul, not only for the question, but for her leadership and hard work on behalf of both. She's correct, Mr. Speaker, when she states that, in fact, these terrible crimes are on the rise. Almost 4,000 children were assaulted, sexually assaulted, reported in 2012, up 6% over the previous 2 years. That's why we've tabled comprehensive legislation, Mr. Speaker, to crack down on child predators. This includes mandatory incarceration and consecutive sentencing for those convicted of multiple offences against children. I encourage all members of this House to pass this legislation quickly. Mr. Speaker, let's unite in sending a message. If you assault children, you go to jail.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Sadly, last Monday, retired Sergeant Anderson lost his battle with PTSD and ended his life. I'd like to express our deep condolences to his family and friends. For years, this government has failed to hire enough medical experts to treat soldiers with PTSD. In fact, the Conservatives' 2010 hiring freeze ensured 60 positions remain vacant. A month ago, the Defence Minister finally agreed to lift the freeze and fill the gaps. Can he now tell us how many of the 60 positions have been filled?
The question.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government takes the issue of member suicide very seriously indeed, and we've done more than any other before when it comes to care for our ill and injured men and women in uniform. Today, the Canadian Armed Forces have nearly 400 full-time mental health professionals and are working to hire more. Mr. Speaker, we provide mental health care through 29 clinics across Canada, and support is provided through the entire career and deployment cycle of a Canadian Armed Forces member and into their veterans' years, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives claim that they take tax evasion seriously, yet they cut 3,000 positions from the Canada Revenue Agency and cut its budget by $250 million, which is why I tabled a motion calling on taking real measures to fight tax fraud. The first measure would be to assess how much money is lost because people are hiding their money in tax havens. Will Conservatives make tax fraud a priority and support my motion? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are not taking any measures to reduce CRA's compliance resources. In fact, there are nearly 400 more tax auditors today than when we formed government. Further, we have increased the size of our international audit program by over 40% and identified nearly $4.6 billion in unpaid taxes. On the other hand, the NDP and Liberals have opposed more than 75 measures that we have taken to improve the integrity of the tax system. We've heard nothing but empty rhetoric from that side.
Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex. Mr. Speaker, today constituents of Chatham, Kent, Essex received positive news. Would the Minister for Science and Technology in Fednor please update this House on the new opportunities in the Leamington area and for residents of my riding?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Chatham, Kent, Essex, along with the member from Essex and our hardworking Minister of State for FedDev, for all the hard work they've been doing to assist the people of the Leamington area on maximizing their economic opportunities following the plant closure of the Heinz plant. Due to their hard work on the file, I'm pleased to stand in the House today and confirm that Heinz has signed a letter of intent with the Highbury Canco Corporation to acquire and reopen the plant. Our government will continue to focus on jobs, growth, and the long-term prosperity for Southern Ontario and all of Canada.
The honourable member for Hamilton East 43.
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, it's now been 2 months since Canadian journalist Mohamed Fahmy and 2 other colleagues were arrested in Egypt. They're now on trial for being journalists. Egypt's crackdown on the press freedom is clearly unacceptable, and it's time for Canada to take a strong stand. What is the government doing first to bring Mr. Mohamed Fahmy home? And will the minister urge Egypt to uphold the right to freedom of expression?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I can say Canadian officials are providing consular assistance to Mr. Fahmy and are in communication with his lawyer. We stand with the Egyptian people in their efforts to build a stable, inclusive, prosperous and democratic Egypt based on respect for human rights, tolerance, fundamental freedoms and the rule of law. Canada continues to call on the Egyptian government to protect and to promote the right of journalists in keeping with Egypt's new constitution and the aspiration of all Egyptians to build a fully democratic country.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, it's time that the federal government stop hiding behind the National Energy Board to avoid addressing the conditions set out by Quebec with regard to the reversal of the flow of Enbridge's 9B pipeline, which goes from eastern Ontario to Montreal. This morning, the Montreal urban community, the Union des producteurs agricoles and équitaires, have taken up the mantle from the National Assembly MPPs in requiring that the government respect the conditions set out in the report of the Commission. Will the government commit to not greenlighting Enbridge's project as long as Quebec's 18 conditions are not fully respected? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. The regulatory authority, the independent regulatory authority, will make a decision with regard to this pipeline, and of course we will respect the outcome of that process, that regulatory process.
That concludes question period for today. I believe the Honourable Member for Skeena-Vaucluse Valley has the traditional Thursday question.
Oui, monsieur. Merci, monsieur le.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise today on behalf of the opposition to ask the government what it has in mind for the House for the rest of this week and the week to come.
We're continuing to see the government's refusal to allow the committee studying Bill C-23, the Unfair Election Act, to travel and consult and meet with Canadians and hear with them about their own democratic process. Homelessness, the homeless, First Nations, seniors, new Canadians, all groups that will have their ability to vote limited. We now see the spectacle, as you've witnessed, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to your ruling on the government backbencher who talks about tales about phantom menace of vouching in a ludicrous effort to give his government some backup on this bad bill, and also at one point suggested that Canadians could use death certificate identification in order to vote. That was one of the suggestions that he had. Strange conclusions. The same MP, well, I'll leave off that because this is the Thursday question. When will the government actually put this member, the member from Mississauga, Streetsville, away on this file? He sits on the committee actually studying this bill, which is worrisome to all and many Canadians. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we're willing to confirm committee travel for all parliamentarians studying legislation, doing committee investigations. If the government House Leader is willing to confirm today that one of those committees could be the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to study and consult with Canadians on their democratic rights in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I know that the members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee are very much looking forward to when the NDP ceases their filibuster and actually allows the committee to get on with the business of hearing from witnesses. It is the NDP, in fact, that for many months called on this government to ensure that legislation was in place by the end of this spring. Oddly, their efforts to prevent any evidence from being heard on this legislation is in contradiction to that. I look forward to that changing now that the House finally did vote on that question conclusively this week. I also would like to note that something else the House voted on this week is Canada's Economic Action Plan 2014. The House endorsed a plan which sees our government on track to balance the budget next year, all while keeping taxes low and protecting the programs and services upon which Canadians rely. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Papineau voted against this sound budget, which received both accolades and praise from all parts of the country and diverse sectors of the economy. Perhaps the member does not appreciate the extraordinary effort that went into such a fiscally sound budget. After all, the Liberal leader does hold the view that budgets balance themselves. We know better. We understand the hard work that fiscal leadership actually requires, the hard work that governing demands, something with which he is apparently unacquainted. Avec l'adoption du budget,
with the budget adopted, Mr. Speaker, the House will work on other legislation. Today, we will start the second reading debate on Bill C-24, the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act. Tomorrow, we will start the second reading debate on Bill C-25, the First Nations Act, Mikwakalipu, and this debate will continue next Wednesday if need be. Monday, we will start the second reading debate on Bill C-18, the Agricultural Growth Act. Tuesday shall be the sixth allotted day. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we will resume the second reading debate on Bill C-20, the Canada-Honduras Economic Growth and Prosperity Act, on Thursday and Friday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Governor General.
From His Excellency, the Governor General, signed by his own hands. Hand up.
Everybody up.
Okay.
His Excellency, the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2015, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act, 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons, signed by His Excellency. Son Excellence, le Gouverneur General.
His Excellency, the Governor-General, sends the main estimates for presenting the necessary funds for the public administration for 2014-2015, pursuant to the Constitution Act of 1867, and recommends this budget to the House of Commons, signed by His Excellency.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Please, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting, in both official languages, the first report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, entitled The State of French Second Language Education Programs in Canada.
Acadie Bathurst.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise and give the dissenting opinion from the MDP. We find it unfortunate that most of the recommendations of the committee do not reflect some of the testimony we heard, and that the committee did not keep many of the key recommendations. And we want to complete the report with the following information. We encourage the Department of Canadian Heritage to improve funding for the protocol, the Memorandum of Understanding for teaching in the second and minority language. During the negotiations for the Memorandum of Understanding, the NDP asked the Canadian government to work along with the provinces and territories and through the CMEC to develop a strategy for the creation of a continuum for the teaching of French as a second language from primary school to post-secondary and through to the job market, to take the necessary measures to promote access to programs of study of French as a second language at the post-secondary level, and also to improve access to programs in Quebec so that school system could offer programs to the minority Anglophones of the province, and to contribute to the development of that community in Quebec. The NDP hopes that these recommendations will be implemented by the Department of Canadian Heritage in order to improve the growth and improvement of these immersion programs in the country. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'état.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. The honourable member for Scarborough, Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two things. Yesterday I might have used a word that was out of turn, and for that I want to apologize, referring to a word that I used as blackmail. I hope that is accepted. However, there's a more important thing that we need to discuss today, and that is what is happening in Venezuela. Wording has been gone back and forth, and I believe that everybody is okay with it, but however, if somebody's not, they can stand up and say different. The motion that I'd like to put forward is the following: that the House expresses its deep concerns as the escalation of violence in Venezuela, conveys condolences to the families of those killed or injured during the ongoing public protest, asks the Government of Canada to urge Venezuelan authorities to proactively de-escalate the conflict and protect the human rights and democratic freedoms of Venezuelan citizens, that the Maduro government release all those detained during the protests, that all government interference with the peaceful protesters should cease immediately, and that those people who are perpetrated the violence should be brought to justice and bear the full weight of the law. Encourage the Government of Canada to play a leading role in supporting a political dialogue in Venezuela that respects legitimate grievances and differences of opinion, and call for an end to divisive rhetoric and actions that only delay and jeopardize the inclusive political solution that the Venezuelan people deserve.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There's no consent. The honourable member for Skeena-Vokey Valley is rising on a point of order.
We're here again, Mr. Speaker. To my friend from the Liberal Party, in speaking with the processes and the respect for Parliament, again, as he said at the beginning of his attempt to have unanimous consent, language is right now going back and forth between the parties. We are close to an agreement. I'm not sure what part of we're working on it, and yes, he doesn't understand. We agree with the principles of needing to declare our intentions on the issue that are facing the Venezuelan people. He continues to do this day after day. I hope it's not in some effort to be denied so we can issue a press release. I wouldn't suggest it unless it hadn't happened in the past. We are working on the text. We will come back to the House once all the parties in the House agree, which has been the principle of this place since this place was first built. If he would respect those institutions and that democratic principle, we will move forward on an important issue rather than trivializing it by continuing to perform, I don't know what to call them. I hesitate with the word stunts, but it happens again and again. He knows full well that we are attempting to negotiate the very text that he seeks to have adopted. We agree with the principle, but not certainly with the manner with which he continues to do this action. It grandstands over an issue that is important to people, and we should do it better and show it the respect that it deserves. I think all honourable members will agree with that sentiment, I would hope.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd simply say that while for the government side we had a wording that was presented today which we were willing to accommodate, same with the wording that was yesterday, one that we were willing to accommodate. However, notwithstanding our willingness to accommodate those particular wordings, we do believe there is a practice here, and I adopt the comments of the member of the opposition House Leader with regard to that process and how much better it would be if we could indeed have true consensus here in this House. And we're willing to continue to work. We've been very accommodating. We'll continue to work with the others to try and come to something that everyone can agree on.
Yes, I look forward to when that consensus is reached, and then the Speaker will test the House and see if the consensus is there, and we'll move on accordingly. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
I'm pleased to rise to table a petition on behalf of Canadians concerned about cuts to Canada Post mail delivery that will negatively impact on the elderly and persons with disabilities. My riding, Mount Royal, is home to many seniors, and I share their concerns about the serious risk to their well-being if forced to walk in hazardous weather conditions to get their mail, and which arguably might well violate the equality provision of the Charter of Rights. Accordingly, I join with petitioners in calling on the government to suspend this ill-conceived plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of members that have given a petition regarding impaired driving and Canada's laws being too lenient, concerned that they should be tougher and implement new mandatory minimum sentences for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. They want it actually to the Criminal Code of Canada to be changed to redefine the offence with impaired driving causing death and having that as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. One sent to me by Amnesty International asking the government to take action regarding the millions of Syrians who have fled their country, but also those who are still within the country and who are experiencing very difficult and dangerous conditions. The second petition
of Common to immediately undertake public consultation across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure voters can cast an equal and effective vote, to be represented fairly in Parliament, and also to ensure voters are governed by a fairly elected Parliament where the share seats held by each political party closely reflects the popular vote. Thank you, Sam.
Presenting petitions, Honourable Deputy de Haute-Gaspésie.
Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table a petition from citizens worried about the rail service delivered by Via Rail. These citizens want to see quality service maintained, particularly on the Halifax-Montreal route that goes through my riding. We see constant cutbacks, and these citizens would like to see this service maintained, and they'd like it local and high quality, and this would allow them to have their fair share of rail service, which is a clean public transportation system that also allows for a lot of savings. So these citizens would like the government to do everything possible to improve the service and allow for daily Halifax-Montreal service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to table today, signed by Albertans. The first petition is a petition drawing attention to the House to the cuts to postal service. They're deeply concerned about the slashing of hours, the impact on seniors and those who are disabled, the loss of 8,000 good-paying jobs, and the impact to cash-strapped families, small businesses, charitable organizations, and to the rising cost of stamps. They are calling the government to stop the devastating cuts to our postal service. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Albertans, as I mentioned, expressing concerns with the changes to old age security, which are hurting the poorest of seniors who count on old age security benefits for daily living. They're concerned that that will mean that they will have to work 2 more years at a loss of $12,000 to their average senior's pocket. Difficult for seniors to live in this way. They're calling upon the government to return the old age security to 65 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table two petitions. The first is from citizens of the Trois-Rivières region regarding the millions of Syrians who have fled their country. This is a very serious humanitarian crisis. The people who signed the petition demand that the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration take action to provide temporary visas, increase assistance for people who are refugees from Syria.
Speakers from residents of Caledon, Ontario, Barrie, Ontario, Salt Spring Island, and a number of other locations. And I'm very honored that so many petitioners are rallying for support of Bill 442. It's a bill to bring about a national shared approach on the threat of Lyme disease. More Canadians are suffering from Lyme disease all the time, and yet it's preventable and easily treatable if we can only share best practices and put in place the measures under this bill. It will come up for second reading on Monday, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Beginning debate on Bill C-24, Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act.
Mr. Alexander, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill C-24, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to all who are joining us for tonight's debate, second reading debate on an important bill. I'm delighted to be able to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-24, the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act. These are, Mr. Speaker, the first comprehensive reforms to our Citizenship Act in more than a generation, since 1977. And their aim is very clear. It is to strengthen and protect the value of Canadian citizenship. This was a commitment our government made in its most recent speech from the throne, and it's one that we're keeping with today's debate and by making this a legislative priority of our government. Notre gouvernement a apporté.
Our government, as everyone knows, has made transformational changes to the immigration system of this country in the past 8 years in order that it to respond as well as possible to Canada's needs and the needs of the economy, and to make sure that it serves the national interest. In doing so, we must also improve the process for awarding Canadian citizenship to qualified applicants. Immigrants look forward to citizenship, and the quality of our citizenship programs depend on the integrity of our citizenship program. We have to make sure that our policies and practices in this matter adequately reflect the great importance of citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, that has driven this legislation, driven our thinking in this government, driven the support that we're receiving across the country for these reforms. Canadians take enormous pride in their citizenship, and unprecedented pride. I hear the member for Calgary Northeast endorsing that view, that there are Canadians across this country who are passionate about their citizenship as never before, and we are passionate as a government about the contribution of the member for Calgary Northeast to this bill. This has been the work of many hands, including that of my honourable colleague, the member for Vancouver West, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, and many others who have been absolutely instrumental in weaving together the reforms that we are now presenting and debating. But why is citizenship seen as so important? What indeed is citizenship, Mr. Speaker, in the 21st century? Well, it's an ancient concept. Some trace it back to biblical times, to Holy Scripture in many different countries. Some refer to the Holy Covenant that the people of Israel had with their God, a kind of contract between a whole people and a God that had given law, and according to which that people felt obliged to live. In ancient Greece, the concept of citizenship achieved a new level and a new recognition of the role of individuals in participating in the life of their cities, of their communities, of the political entities in which they lived, because it became clear even then, in the 4th, 5th century, before the Christian era, that true freedom, true human potential in all of its facets could only be realized when people worked together on the basis of laws, when no one person was the arbitrary master of others, that slavery was an inferior way of living, and that the freedom that underpins citizenship would be one of the primary aspirations of humanity, and so it remains today, Mr. Speaker. Citizenship is quite simply the opportunity to be at our best, the opportunity to participate in institutions that have been handed down to us by generations over generations. It's a balance between participation, the responsibilities that go with participation on the one hand, and obligations and rights on the other hand. It's sharing in the civic life of country in the full sense of the word. Not just holding the passport, Mr. Speaker, not just coming every 4 years on voting day to mark one's ballot, although those are absolutely fundamental aspects of our citizenship. It's participation in the fullest sense, participation in the needs of our neighbors, participation in voluntary organizations, participation in the economy and the economic excellence that a country like Canada has managed to achieve. These are the gains of freedom, Mr. Speaker, to which citizenship has opened the door over centuries, indeed millennia, and which have been achieved on a level in this country that is without parallel, we think, in the history of humanity. Now, what is Canadian citizenship? What is our version of this great global legacy to which so many aspire, but few actually achieve in the full sense, in the highest sense, where freedom is a reality for individuals, including minorities? Well, in Canada, our citizenship has involved First Nations and Inuit. It has involved their languages and culture, their love of the land. It has involved the development of institutions qui remontent à l'époque de Cartier.
That go back to Jacques Cartier and Samuel de Champlain, who had been accompanied by Mathieu de Costa, who is being celebrated during Black History Month every year. It goes back to New France, where people like Frontenac, La Salle, La Vérendrye went to discover a whole continent and forged a vision of a country that is dear to us to this day.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, that has striven to make institutions as representative as possible. There was already a Conseil souverain under the Ancien Regime, at the time of Nouvelle France. But we know that Canada was one of the first countries to establish assemblies in the two Canadas. In Nova Scotia, a representative assembly had been established as far back as 1758, among the earliest in the British Empire. And through the War of 1812, when those traditions were challenged, and our numbers augmented by those who fled who fled the United States decades earlier during the American Revolution, and in the decades leading up to Confederation, we fought in this country to have not only assemblies, not only honest government, free of corruption, we fought to have accountable, responsible government. And it was citizens across this country, in cities and towns, in rural areas and urban centers, who paved that pathway to Confederation, who underpinned that national policy, and who brought us strong and free into the 20th century, where the story of a larger Canada, and a Canada that eventually adopted a Citizenship Act in 1947, begins. So it is a tremendously exciting legacy, one that we all have a responsibility to live up to in this day and age, one that we are seeking to renew and reinforce with this bill. And the bill has three highlights. First, it aims to reinforce the value of citizenship by strengthening that value and improving efficiency of processing, as well as deterring citizens of convenience, deterring the idea that the passport is all that it's about, that Canadian citizenship could be, for some, merely a flag of convenience, without that full participation in Canadian life that we know are so essential to the success of our country. Secondly, it's about maintaining the integrity of citizenship, combating fraud, which we have to do across our programs as the challenge of fraud becomes more sophisticated throughout modern life, and deter disloyalty. There are those, Mr. Speaker, who would plant the wrong kinds, disastrous ideologies through the internet or through other forms of recruitment in the minds of our young people and literally turn them against Canada. A very limited number in this country. We're pleased to be able to report, but we want to deter that kind of behavior altogether. And finally, as always on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we want to honor those who serve Canada, and there are several measures in this bill that will do so. Mais tout d'abord,
first of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to discuss further strengthening the value of citizenship. As I said, Canadian citizenship is fundamentally inestimable in this world. It's important to have policies that respect and reinforce that strength. I'm not sure all members understand to what extent people seek out Canadian citizenship all across the world. A lot of people admire us, respect us, want to become immigrants, and want to become citizens. Among the measures stated in Bill C-24 to attain that objective, let us cite changes to the 10-year residency criteria. In other words, the period during which people have to actually physically be in Canada will be extended. These changes will promote the integration of new immigrants by increasing the requirement for residency from 3 years out of the last 4 years to 4 years out of the last 6. So that means that we have to be in Canada.
Who apply for Canadian citizenship, to make that commitment explicitly upfront, to be physically present in Canada, not for 3 out of 4 years, but for 4 out of 6 years, something that we didn't do before. L'exigence de la présence effective.
The requirement for effective presence in Canada would favor integration of new immigrants to Canadian society, because for someone to understand Canadian social and cultural norms, They truly have to experience it. Nothing can substitute for direct experience of our landscape, of our communities, of our institutions.
Here, Mr. Speaker, before we get too far into this, that the rules will only apply not only after this law comes into force, but after the necessary orders in council have been gazetted, changing the regulations in this respect. So anyone who is making an application to become a Canadian citizen now or for the foreseeable future, as this bill moves through this House and the other place, will be treated under the current rules. I want to be absolutely explicit under that point. As well, citizenship applicants would no longer be able to use the time they spent in Canada as non-permanent residents to meet the citizenship residence requirements. Again, this reinforces the value of citizenship by requiring applicants to demonstrate a commitment to Canada through permanent residence. We do this for most permanent residents. And so why should we not do it for all in a country where equality is such a highly prized principle and a defensible principle in this case? Any move to part ways with that principle, Mr. Speaker, would risk confusing a situation that in the past has been confused and has led to abuse on a significant scale. Another proposed measure relating to residence requirements would require applicants to declare prior to attaining citizenship their intention to reside, something I already mentioned. But these are not the only measures in the bill that would reinforce the value of Canadian citizenship. A proposed amendment would require more citizenship applicants to meet the language and knowledge of Canada requirements. Nous voulons nous assurer.
We want to make sure that potential citizens will be able to speak English or French when they apply for citizenship, which will allow them to become members in full standing of Canadian society. We also want to make sure that they will know enough about Canada. Therefore, if Bill C-24 is passed, applicants between the ages of 14 to 64 will have to meet language requirements and pass a knowledge test in either official language. As it now stands, people between the ages of 18 and 54 have to meet these requirements.
Making this move because the language and knowledge requirements that we've put in place so far have proven so successful and so popular. They have actually increased the interest and popularity of Canadian citizenship. I think all of those that come to this country understand how important it is to know the place you're living and to have some knowledge of the local languages, at least during your working years or your high school years. Mr. Speaker, could you give me an indication of how many minutes I have? Thank you. Deuxièmement, Monsieur le Président.
Second, Mr. Speaker, a certain number of measures contained in Bill C-24 will give us more effective tools to fight citizenship fraud and, generally speaking, to make the system more, give it more integrity. Bill C-24 contains provisions with regard to unscrupulous citizenship consultants. Under these provisions, the government will be empowered to designate a regulatory organization who will regulate citizenship consultants. So non-authorized people who engage in this kind of activity will be deemed to have committed an offense.
Similar, this mirrors in many ways a move that that my honourable colleague, now the Minister of Employment and Social Development, made with regard to immigration consultants. It has had an extremely positive, felicitous effect, and we trust that the same will happen for the smaller group of citizenship consultants. Currently, the Citizenship Act bars applicants from citizenship when they have been charged with or convicted of an indictable offence in Canada, or if they are serving a sentence in Canada. Provisions in Bill C-24 would expand criminal provisions to bar applicants for equivalent foreign convictions. And no, Mr. Speaker, we would not accept bogus foreign convictions. There would be a provision by which a repressive regime, an abusive regime, an autocratic regime which had falsely charged someone and convicted someone abroad could still become a Canadian citizen on the basis of administrative and, if necessary, judicial review here in Canada. If passed, Bill C-24 would also streamline the process to revoke citizenship acquired by fraudulent means, leading to timelier revocation decisions while still ensuring legal recourse to individuals. As well, measures in the bill would ensure that international adoption safeguards are met. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the integrity and fraud front, dual citizens and permanent residents convicted of terrorism, high treason, treason, or certain spying offences, or who received a specified minimum sentence, would be similarly affected. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize, this is a matter that relates only to dual nationals or to those who are permanent residents seeking to become citizens. But there is, unfortunately, this side to our global reality today. According to CSIS, 130 Canadians are fighting with extremists somewhere in the world, with terrorist groups that have been listed by Canada or faced listing by Canada, 30 of them in Syria. And there is a real question for us, Mr. Speaker, and I think for most Canadians, about whether those Canadians, when they are dual nationals, have not literally breached their contract with Canada. And this legislation, thanks to the honourable member for Calgary Northeast, would allow us to take action against them. Mr. Speaker, I almost passed over one of the most popular parts of this bill, which are the measures that would make the citizenship program more efficient and ensure qualified applicants become citizens more quickly. These include a streamlined decision-making model, reducing the duplication of work from a 3-step to a 1-step process, giving the government authority to define what constitutes a complete citizenship application, and ensuring a more uniform judicial review system for decisions under the Citizenship Act. Finally, Mr. Speaker, un troisième ensemble de dispositions.
A third group of provisions contained in the bill will pay homage to those who are serving Canada, and one of these provisions would expand the granting of citizenship to include children born or adopted abroad if one of the parents worked for the Canadian government or for the Canadian Armed Forces. Another initiative will expedite the granting of citizenship to permanent residents who are with the Canadian Armed Forces or to people seconded to them. Lastly, measures contained in the bill would allow the government to revoke Canadian citizenship to people with dual nationality who are fighting for an armed force or an organized armed group abroad against Canada.
Before January 1st, 1947, when the first Citizenship Act came into force, or before, in the case of Newfoundland, before 1949, who have not been, so far, entitled to the benefits, privileges, and responsibilities of Canadian citizenship. My colleague, the Minister of Employment and Social Development, took the most important steps to right this grievous wrong, which had been left unaddressed for decades. This bill will ensure that we take the final steps to ensure the lost Canadians, those who were children of those who fought in the last World War, the Second World War, those who were among the most committed to the defence and to the service of this country, enjoy all the benefits of Canadian citizenship, not just in the first generation, but in succeeding generations as governed by the provisions of this law. We're proud of this bill, Mr. Speaker. We're proud to be presenting it on a day when His Highness the Aga Khan said in this House that Canada has among the highest activity of voluntary institutions and not-for-profit organizations in the world. We think that is the proof of the value of Canadian citizenship. That is the proof of the dynamism of our society, and those are the grounds for strengthening Canadian citizenship for a new century, for a new millennium. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his speech. I believe that the intent of the bill, which is to strengthen Canadian citizenship, is very laudable, but some of these provisions have already provoked concern or even objection amongst some Canadians. The Minister knows that the two main concerns which have been raised are, first, that the Minister gives himself power under this bill to grant or revoke citizenship without this being made public or without this going through the courts. And there's another very worrying aspect of the bill, and my question is on this. a dual national accused of terrorism outside of Canada and having been to jail could also lose their citizenship. So this would apply to a person who would have paid his or her dues. And often due process is not followed abroad. Under the bill as well, we could prevent the granting of citizenship to people accused of having committed certain criminal offenses, even if this would have happened outside of Canada. And this raises the same kind of fears with regard to accusations laid in some countries whose judicial systems are shaky. So what does the minister think of these concerns, and would he be open to amendments in that regard to make sure that justice is ultimately done? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all the respect I have for my honourable colleague, we do not believe these weaknesses are contained in the bill. Our bill, as I said in my speech, have as a purpose to update the legislation governing citizenship so that our laws are more in line with the laws of our allies. Only Portugal, amongst all of the NATO members, does not give itself the power to revoke citizenship in cases of, for instance, treason, amongst other serious offenses. For us, the real problem was that Canada was the only country, almost the only country, which did not have the power to revoke citizenship to dual nationals. Mr. Speaker, the courts have a very important role to play in cases which have to do with treason, in cases having to do with spying, in cases having to do with terrorism. And if the honourable member studies the bill closely, she will see that in situations where a dual Canadian national becomes the member of an armed force fighting against Canadian forces, the government would have to put together a statement and share all of the evidence it has. Order, please. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the minister on his speech. One of the things I don't like about this bill, and there's a list of them, but one of them which I find particularly hard to take, coming from my riding, which is very multicultural, is this decision to apply the language test to people in the age range of 55 to 64 who had previously been exempt. And I know that many of my constituents and many new Canadians across the country find this offensive because depending on the country from which one comes, one may not speak the Queen's English, but one may nevertheless be a highly productive, loyal member of Canadian society, make many contributions. It is likely one's children will speak very good, if not perfect English. One's grandchildren will speak perfect English. So many Canadians, many new Canadians, find this imposition of a language test on older, relatively old, I'm in that category myself, people offensive. So I asked the minister, why does he impose this test, this rather stringent language test, on people in the age range 55 to 64, simply because they don't speak the Queen's English, but are nevertheless highly productive, loyal members of this country?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, it's not the Queen's English, Mr. Speaker. It's Canadian English and Canadian French that we're asking for. Queen's English is an additional step any Canadian can take, but I myself haven't yet made it to that lofty station. But, Mr. Speaker, let's look at this. Why was it good enough for Liberal governments from 1977 to 1984, and then again from 1993 to 2005, to have the language requirements for this age group? There was only 1 year of a Liberal government when the age requirement was less. 1 year. And how many years did we have Liberal governments for? In the 20th century, Mr. Speaker, I think We should talk about happier subjects. Mr. Speaker, it is fair to newcomers. We hear it from them. It is fair to Canadians that this minimum level of knowledge of our country and language be met. These are basic tools. They lead to better outcomes. 54 to 64 is not old, Mr. Speaker. According to our side of the House, it is the salad years for many people when they're in the prime of their careers, and we do find that a level 4 on a scale of 1 to 12 is an absolutely reasonable expectation, and we will provide the settlement services and the language training that those who aren't able to meet that standard.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Minister for his excellent speech and this very important reform that he's brought to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, will he not agree with me that, in fact, it was the Liberal Prime Minister of government, Mackenzie King, in 1946 that introduced the Citizenship Act with a language requirement that was extended in the fundamental citizenship reforms of the Trudeau government in this Parliament in the 1977 amendments that required, as the Minister just said, language proficiency for Canadians between the ages of 18 and 65. And indeed, the member from Markham ran for Parliament in the years 2000 and 2004 and served in this place for 6 years there with the language requirement for citizenship the exemption being above 65. And I was here with him, and I never recall him having raised this as an issue. Mr. Speaker, I think he's being a wee bit disingenuous. But will the Minister not agree with me that on this matter of revocation from convicted terrorists and traitors, that there is a misconception amongst some that citizenship is inalienable, when in fact it is alienable, when in fact people can, under the law, renounce their citizenship, when it can be revoked if it's been obtained fraudulently. And would he not agree with me that when someone goes out and obtains the citizenship of another country, perhaps an enemy country of Canada, and engages in violent hostilities against Canada, perhaps violent treason, or joins a terrorist organization which is in a form of warfare against Canada, would he not agree with me that these acts constitute a practical expression of disloyalty and a renunciation, a voluntary renunciation of their own citizenship? And should we not take them at their word, and, rather than waiting for them to send in a form de jure revoking their own citizenship?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, a short response, please.
I thank the Minister for his questions. Of course, I share them entirely. Let's take the example of Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. There probably were cases. We will now, when this bill is adopted, have to document them, of Canadians of dual nationality who joined for some time or another the Taliban, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, which operates from Pakistan in Afghanistan, which was responsible for suicide bombings, which was responsible for the death of a large number of our finest, our best, young men and women who wore the uniform. And yes, Mr. Speaker, that does constitute a crime in our eyes. Yes, it is a terrorist organization, and so people, Canadians, who join such a group would already face prosecution, whether they have only one citizenship or two citizenships, and it is reasonable, not just in our country, Mr. Speaker, but in all free, democratic, self-respecting societies, those that have made the NATO alliance the success that it is, to draw a limit. Yes, most of us receive our citizenship from our parents by birth in this country, and we're proud of that, and no one can take it away from us, Mr. Speaker. But there are hundreds of thousands who become citizens every year, and we have a responsibility, when there are cases of fraud, to investigate those, and when necessary, to revoke. And when there are extreme cases of disloyalty, Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility to look at the option of revoking citizenship when there is dual nationality. Of course, we're not going to create a new class of stateless persons. It was a Conservative government that undertook that obligation in the early 1960s, and we're proud to continue upholding it today. On the other point the Minister said, the Minister mentioned about the consistency of Liberals on citizenship and other matters. I think we've heard it.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll just, there seems to be great interest, of course, in the question that's before the House this afternoon. So in the time that's allowed for questions and comments, we'll certainly like to allow members some latitude, but if they could keep their interventions short, the more members will be able to participate in this important part of the debate. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable...
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and other legislation. I'd like to say right off the bat that the NDP agrees that there should be changes made to the Citizenship Act. It's more than necessary. It hasn't been amended since 1977, and several aspects of the Citizenship Act give rise to injustices, and the NDP has fought for a long time to see that changed. And therefore, I first was very pleased to see or to hear that the government was preparing amendments to the Citizenship Act. So yes, in this bill, I can say that there are several interesting aspects that the NDP is pleased to see in this bill, and that we would be pleased to support some of these changes that have long been necessary. And yet, as they always do, these Conservatives are presenting us with a bill of some 50 pages long that amends many things and affects several aspects of citizenship at the same time. So there are a great many details in this bill. Some, as I said, are very positive, but others are very worrisome. And they've already even provoked concerns, legal and human rights concerns, from civil society entities or other experts here in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, there are people who are upset about several aspects of this bill, and I hope to explain how some components of this bill are worrisome and maybe even very problematic. So, first of all, let me talk to you about what I'm happy to see in this bill. The NDP certainly supports the fact that the bill will solve the situation of lost Canadians. And these are people who have lost their citizenship. So give me a concrete example to show what degree this is unfair and why this was necessary to change. John is 2 years old. He's born in Quebec and has a Canadian father who is also the son of a Canadian father. So is he a Canadian? No, because little John here in Canada lives with his father, but he has a temporary visa that will expire in the month of May. So that is a very precarious situation to be in. So why is he not a citizen? Well, because his father, who was born the son of a Canadian, but he was born outside of the country because his father served in the Canadian forces abroad. So rather than having the pride of having a grandfather who worked in the Canadian forces, John is rather penalized because of that service. And he wasn't able to give that citizenship to his child. So this little child doesn't have access to health insurance. He doesn't have access to public daycare, etc. And so this is a huge burden to the family, and a situation that you'll understand is unfair. And John is not the only child in this situation. There are some 80 Canadians who have lost their citizenship or simply never got it. And often these are tragic situations that affect many people around them at the same time. The NDP has fought a long time to ask the government to solve these problems. So from critic to critic, member to member, through motions, through press releases, the NDP has fought this battle, and today we're very happy to see that these people will see justice. These people should already be Canadian citizens, and they will be. Another positive aspect is that of increasing or expediting the awarding of citizenship to permanent residents who serve as members of the Canadian Forces. And so this was in Bill C-425 in the last session, and an element that the NDP already was in agreement with. one minor criticism here. It won't affect hundreds of people, only a handful, maybe 5 or 10. But these are very rare cases where permanent residents are accepted to serve within the Canadian Forces. Normally, you already have to be a citizen to do so. So these are exceptional cases that can be accepted into the forces as with the standing of permanent resident. However, these people have met important needs, and perhaps they're the only person available at that time who could meet those needs, and we find it desirable and fully acceptable to see these people awarded their citizenship. Another positive aspect that the NDP fought fiercely for was the implementation of measures to give a framework to immigration consultants and make sure that there were not fraudulent consultants. The member for Trinity Spadina was a strong voice in asking the government to act on this issue. In a press release in 2010, she was asking for a regulatory body to apply the rules and protect the public, and today we're seeing that now. And this is a positive aspect because, yes, once again, many people are suffering because of bad immigration consultants, even if most of these consultants are honest people. That is what I wanted to say that was positive about this bill, C-24, but let me say now a little bit about what requires consultation, in my opinion, with the public, because these are concerning events, and also because they have really caused some debate within the Canadian population. First of all, the increase in the time of mandatory residency in Canada in order to be awarded your citizenship. It's rare to, people usually have spent some time in Canada, but right now we have to say that this specific measure makes clear some things that wasn't in the law before. It allows people to say how many days you have to be in the country in order to be eligible for citizenship. So that is positive. However, and I will come back to this, the processing delays are terrible. We're dealing with citizenship files. If you're asking people to stay longer in Canada, it's even more important to ensure that their files be dealt with quickly and effectively as they should expect. The increase in costs for processing of files. This is another issue that really should be debated. Why? Because we can understand that it's necessary to adjust prices. That's easy to understand, hasn't been a change for many years. So we can understand that the processing costs go beyond what people are currently being asked to pay. But why go from $200 to $400? What justifies that amount exactly? We haven't had any complete information that tells us how they justify that specific amount. Why $50 more or less? Is it really something that would cover the costs, or is this just an easy way to go and get money from these people who are asking for citizenship? And, Mr. Speaker, another thing is if we're asking people to pay more, people usually expect to have better service. So once again, I come back to the processing times. The time it takes is unacceptable. The delays, the backlogs have doubled under the Conservatives. So we can't ask people to pay more for a worse and worse service. So we'll have to make sure that these two things go hand in hand, that more money results in better service. Another worrisome aspect that is not just subject for debate, but that has upset many communities in Canada is the age for the requirement of knowledge of both official languages. Now, on the contrary, people from 18 to 54 years of age had to pass a test in one of the two official languages, but now the age has been changed to 14 to 64 years. Now, once again, I understand the importance of mastering one of Canada's two official languages, but many people are concerned about this. First of all, because seniors, people between the ages of 18 and 54, might have a harder time mastering both official languages, studying for an exam, for example, or managing the stress of having to sit an exam. Many people in the community live within their respective communities and can exist very well like that, using perhaps different levels of language. So there's a lot of stress related to this new test, and also because the age has gone down. Why? Because a 14-year-old is now going to have to pass a test, and that could define whether or not that person will become a citizen. So what happens to a child who doesn't pass the test for one reason or another, whereas the parents and siblings do? Will he be the only non-citizen in the family? Will that cause problems when the family travels, for example? So why impose a test that has such dire consequences on a 14-year-old? We know that young people who live in Canada have to go to school in one of the two official languages, and they will learn the language from day to day. So why put this terrible pressure on the 14-year-old child? That's a very questionable thing, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, we've had many exchanges with groups and individuals that question this particular aspect. Another component that has raised the need for debate and also the concerns of many people is the elimination of the utilization of the time of the stay in Canada of the permanent resident. So this worries many foreign students and temporary foreign workers who are currently in Canada. They've been here maybe a few months, a few years even, and who had the intention of applying for citizenship in the future, and now they see they'll have to wait extra years, and that really changes their plans. And I had get many emails from my constituents, and I'd like to read a few for you because I think it's worthwhile. I received emails from my constituents, but also from people across the country and across Quebec. Abdul Assad said,
to Canada 3 years ago after being offered admission in world-leading universities. I have won various prizes, grants, and awards during last 3 years. After graduating a master in engineering, I chose entrepreneurship. I was promised a PR status within 12 months, which took 19 months. Yes, the delays are very long. I will have to wait 2 more years then to have citizenship. That person contributed, studied here, worked here, create jobs here, and doesn't understand why we will deny him to take in consideration the time he have lived and contributed in Canada. Another example here is an email from Andreas Korinek. I will quote few sentences of his email. The second issue I see with this bill is the new method of counting residence days. I personally came into Canada through a work permit, and it took me 2 years to finally become permanent resident. I think the intention of the bill to make sure applicants are supporting Canadian society and sharing Canadian values are honorable. However, the metrics used to measure this are flared. I am contributing to Canada by working here, and I'm paying taxes. I have Canadian spouse, Canadian friends. I joined a local sports team. I would like to be officially welcomed into Canadian society as a proud citizen. One last example, but I have a lot of them. Sultan Ali Ahmed, a McGill University student who arrived as a McGill University student in August 2007. He said, there should be recognition given to students graduating from Canadian universities who were initially on study permits, shared working after graduation, and then applied for their PRs. Alors, comme vous le voyez, Monsieur le Président.
So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, many people are concerned. They're worried about seeing their plans changed, and they want us to review such a measure. I think that it deserves an honest debate at that level. To carry on, I think there are things that are not just something for debate, but that are extremely worrisome on several levels. First of all, C-24 increases the minister's discretionary power, including the minister being given under this bill the right to award or revoke citizenship in some circumstances. That's a tendency we see with the Conservatives. They take advantage of bills to give themselves more discretionary power, and this is something we do not favor in the NDP. Mr. Speaker, such discretionary power opens the door to a political tool being used in our citizenship system. The minister said that he wasn't necessarily prepared to say who he would give citizenship to. So these kinds of things and decisions that can be taken behind closed doors, that's managed by a political party, that's very worrisome. There are powerful tools. Citizenship has to remain a system that people have confidence in and that is neutral and transparent. I'm very worried about seeing the minister have that kind of power. I don't like it to see going in that direction. Another concern, under the provisions of this bill, the minister can revoke the citizenship if the person has dual citizenship, if there is any suspicion of fraud. Well, the key word there, Mr. Speaker, is the suspicion of the minister. If he is convinced that on the balance of probabilities, this person may have gotten their citizenship through fraud. But the problem here is that the person here will no longer be able to appear before a neutral tribunal to defend themselves against these accusations. That's very important. Someone who already has Canadian citizenship should have access to a fair trial before our justice system. That is worrisome. And in this case, it's worrisome, but also in the case of someone who was accused of terrorism abroad and perhaps spends a few years in prison because of those accusations, might see themselves lose their citizenship. I mentioned it earlier in a question to the minister, but the major concern I have here in this case is that people can be accused of terrorism without perhaps having had a fair trial in a country where the legal system is not protected from political pressures. There are many cases here in Canada of people who have been imprisoned unfairly and afterwards become heroes because it's clear that they have been imprisoned because of partisan and political motives. So I hear some people talking about other cases behind me. So anyway, those are very serious concerns. And I'll conclude by saying that this bill doesn't really deal with the major problems we have with our citizenship system right now, which is the backlogs and the delays. This is terrible, Mr. Speaker. The backlogs have more than doubled under the Conservatives. They've waited all these years to really pretend that they are interested in this problem. This bill says it's going to solve the problems here and deal with the situation, but I don't agree. Nothing in this bill really proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that there'll be significant change. So if we have only a few administrative problems that will help to solve before the system works better, well, we should do so. There are permanent resident forms that are very complex and they take a long time to fill in. People will now have to say that they have the intention of residing in Canada. It's on the one hand we're saying that we're streamlining the system, but on the other hand we're making it more complex. So people are sick and tired of being told they have to wait. When they apply and they have the right to become citizens, they should have a quick and efficient answer. Mr. Speaker, for several reasons, the reasons that I have already stated, I move, seconded by the member for Toronto Danforth, that the motion be amended by substituting after the word "que" by the following: that this House refuse to give second reading to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and other act, because A, it provides no sufficient solution for dealing with processing times. They keep going up. B, that gives significant new powers to the minister that will provide this government to politicize the granting of Canadian citizenship. C, It gives the minister the power to revoke citizenship, which would prevent some Canadians from having access to a fair trial in Canada, which raises serious issues because Canadian law already includes mechanisms allowing for people to be punished who commit illegal acts. And D includes a provision of a declaration of intent to reside in the country, which gives officials the power to speculate on the intentions of the applicant and potentially turn them down for citizenship. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Order. The amendment is in order. Ms. Blanchette-Lamotte, seconded by Mr. Scott, moves. That the motion be amended by substitution of the word que. What follows? That this House refuses to give second reading to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and other acts in consequence, because it does not provide for any sufficient solution to reduce processing times for citizenship applications, delays which continue to increase. B, concentrate within the hands of the minister important new powers that would enable this government to politicize the granting of Canadian citizenship. C, it gives the minister the power to revoke citizenship, which will prevent certain Canadians from having a fair trial in Canada, and which raises serious issues since Canadian law already includes mechanisms that enable us to punish people who commit illegal acts. And D includes a provision of declaration of intent to reside, which grants public servants the power to speculate on the intentions of a citizenship applicant and refuse citizenship because of this conjecture. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Intrigued by my honourable colleague's remarks, but a few questions back to her, which I think may lead her to reconsider the amendment that she's just proposed. First, is she aware that we have a legal obligation to charge the fees, the full cost of the service that we're giving? Is she aware that the people whose emails she cites, Andreas, Sultan Ali, and there was a third, may actually have faster service by the time this bill becomes law, because processing times will be reduced from where they are today to under 1 year by 2016, which would mean that the 4-year residency requirement combined with a speedy processing time would make them Canadian citizens even faster than they would be under the status quo. Is she not aware that there are cases where revocation of citizenship, above all for fraud, for plain and simple proven fraud, is something that Canadians want us to undertake on the necessary scale in order to deter the kinds of abuses that we've seen? Is she not aware that by proposing these amendments, by opposing this bill, she is opposing the will of the vast majority of Canadians who want to see their citizenship protected?
Honourable Member for Pierre-Fond-de-L'Art. Order. I always laugh when I hear somebody rise to say he knows the intentions of the vast majority of people. I'd be very curious to know how the minister surveyed the vast majority of Canadians, but strange because everything that the minister has said does not deal at all with what I've said about my objections to the bill. He was there, he listened to me. I spent a lot of time saying what I agreed with in the bill, the parts I understood. The increase in fees is not something I'm necessarily against. On the contrary, I understand why the fees might have to go up, but could the minister tell us why there's an increase of $200? Is it really to cover costs? Of course, if he can reduce waiting times to less than a year, that's laudable. Nobody will oppose that. But the problem is that in this bill, there's no evidence that shows that the Conservatives will manage to reduce the waiting times. It's difficult to trust them when it comes to these things. When we look at all the errors and instances of incompetence when it comes to delays for citizenship and immigration.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to congratulate the member for her speech. And I'm putting a question to her because I agree with her and not the minister with regard to the conversation we just heard. It seems to me that if she wants to increase the cost for people who want to become citizens, first of all, we should increase performance. What's happened is that the waiting times have doubled under this government between 2007 and 2010, and they've told us in their own document that the reason why this waiting period doubled is because they didn't put enough resources in the system, and so it's their fault. If they want to increase the cost to people applying, they should improve the performance of the system before they increase the cost. What he said is a promise. Just before the election, we will have an increase in the performance of the system. There's nothing certain about that. The current performance has deteriorated. The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Indeed, we have seen the performance deteriorate under the Conservatives. I agree with my colleague there. With regard to waiting times, I think that people have had quite enough. It's pretty strange when a government promises things that will happen after the next election. That would lead us to be dubious about the value of such promises. But I'd like to get to another aspect, fraud. The minister talked about fraud earlier. Of course, there is fraud. I recognize that. There is some in the citizenship system, as there is in many other systems, but it's a very small minority of people who abuse the system. Now, fraud. How do you combat fraud without penalizing others? That's an important question. But above all, is someone who's suspected of fraud entitled to a fair trial? To my mind, yes. If the person is formally charged with fraud, I agree that the citizenship should be withdrawn, but not discretionary power. We have time for a few more questions. The honourable member for La Salle-Léman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Pierrefonds-Dollard for her excellent speech and for the way she took charge of the citizenship and immigration file and defends these issues admirably. We live in adjacent ridings. In our riding offices, we have many immigration cases, delays, as we've mentioned, that are extremely long. So I'd like her to elaborate on the cost, not only the economic, monetary cost, but also the social cost of such delays for society in general. The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you. I thank my colleague, who is extremely active and involved with her fellow citizens in La Salle-Léman. Her work is always greatly appreciated. Indeed, I receive people in my office who've been waiting for an answer to their citizenship application for 3 or 4 years. Is that any way to treat people? My answer is no. There are people who are being sent 200-page documents going back 2, 5, 10 years in order to convince people that their intentions are honorable. We have to make sure that our citizenship system is a good one and serves people and allows honest people to receive their citizenship. But this bill goes way beyond that. It penalizes people and it raises major concerns, legal concerns as well as human rights concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for HoC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to salute my colleague and congratulate her on her speech. I'd like to know whether she's as worried as I am. I find that this bill seems to have an underlying philosophy or vision of citizenship that creates two different classes of Canadians. Earlier, the minister talked about terrorism. What do you do about a young person born in Quebec who may not be English Canadian or French Canadian in origin? Let's say he's Italian, but born in Quebec, and who decides to get involved in some kind of terrorist group. What do you do in that case compared to another young person not born in Canada who comes from Morocco, let's say, and also obtains Canadian citizenship and enters some kind of terrorist group? What do you do with these people? What's most concerning to me is that the minister is greatly experienced, but under his philosophy of citizenship, there are good Canadians, bad Canadians, real citizens, false citizens, Canadian children born here in Quebec who get refused entry into Quebec or Canada by this minister because one of the parents is not Canadian, and they're dying in Syria right now because to the minister, the parents in question came here just to give birth. So there are different sorts of Canadians for this minister. I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on that. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague whose question is a very vast one. I won't have time to comment on all of it, but for instance, I know that my colleague knows the legal system in Canada and Quebec, and there's something that was raised here by experts about the fact that a child born in Canada maybe has one Canadian parent and may have another citizenship because some countries give citizenship if they have one parent from that country. So let's say the child was born here, grew up here, and is accused of one of the crimes mentioned in the bill, may not have an opportunity to receive a sentence here in Canada, a sentence that is fair according to the crime, in accordance to our criminal system. We have a penal system here. I'm not saying fraudsters or terrorists shouldn't be punished. I agree with that. Those who commit crimes should receive a sentence, but who should render the sentence? The minister or the legal system of Canada? A fair and equitable one. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis regarding health. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst regarding rail transportation.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Markham-Unionville.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise to speak to this bill. And it is a great pleasure to say that the Liberals will be voting against this bill, because in our opinion, this is not good for Canada, it's bad for Canada. So we're very happy to vote against it. The main reason why we will vote against it is that according to this bill, it will become more and more difficult to become a Canadian citizen.
Put up barriers in terms of rising waiting times, and under this law, as I will describe in a few minutes in more detail, There are more and more barriers to becoming a citizen, and we do not think that this is good for Canada. As is often the case, though, with a large and complex bill, it's not that we dislike everything in this bill. In particular, we do like the Lost Canadian legislation, where citizenship to lost Canadians born before 1947 and to first generations born abroad will be restored. So we are very much in favor of this. If the government were to produce a standalone legislation on this topic, we would certainly vote for it. But given that it is surrounded by other pollutants which we cannot support the bill in its entirety. But we would like it if we could support a separate bill on lost Canadians, and we would certainly be happy to support that. The second item which we are in agreement with the government in spirit is that we do favor measures to enhance the loyalty of citizens to Canada and to combat the issue of citizens of convenience. We are not, however, convinced that the measures that the government has proposed in this area are terribly effective, and we would have alternative measures we might favor. We do not think that the government's measures in this area will be effective, and we think that more harm is done by the barriers that they are raising for well-behaved people, not citizens of convenience, but hard-working, loyal potential Canadians who are barred from various artificial means set up by the government to become citizens of this country. And I think the way I would like to put it, to frame this in more general terms, is that immigration policy has to be a balance between welcome and vigilance. One has to be vigilant because there are always some what you might call bad apples. There will always be some people with marriages of convenience. There will be some people, or citizens of convenience, with phony marriages, people who want to play the system, people who are fraudulent. A very small number of people are in that category, and for that one requires vigilance. But for the vast numbers of people who come to Canada, whether as immigrants or as visitors or people as citizenship applicants, are good people. They are law-abiding people, and they should be welcomed. So yes, vigilance for the small number of bad apples, but also welcome for the vast majority who are good. And it is my contention, Mr. Speaker, that Canadian governments from John Diefenbaker to Paul Martin have put their main focus on welcome. The primary task was to welcome people to Canada, to welcome them to become landed immigrants and citizens and visitors, and yes, to focus somewhat on the bad apples, but the primary emphasis, the primary priority was to welcome the large numbers of good people who want to come here. I think all of that has changed under the current government because there is very little welcome and it's almost all vigilance. Because what we hear about them talking day after day after day after day is people cheating the system, people with phony marriages, people who are citizens of convenience, as if that's the whole universe of people coming to this country. And we agree there are some of those. But by the fact that the government spends all its time talking about the bad side and the vigilance and no time welcoming people, which is the broader, more important task, I think they've tilted the priorities away from the traditional Canadian way that we saw all the way from John Diefenbaker to Paul Martin. And let me just give you two examples taken from the time of John Diefenbaker. Because John Diefenbaker, you may recall, Mr. Speaker, was a progressive conservative prime minister. And so the colleagues on that side should approve of some of the things he did, and I certainly do, and I will mention two. The first of these was there was the Hungarian Revolution in 1956-7, and under John Diefenbaker there was a huge blip in immigration because his government allowed in some 38,000 refugees from Hungary. A huge number. I applauded, and I am glad the minister is applauding too. And the country in those days was half the size it is today, so that would be the equivalent of some 80,000. I'm glad the minister is applauding because we were talking earlier about Sweden letting in 14,000 refugees from Syria permanently. He claimed they were temporary, but they weren't. Canada has a miserable number of 1,300, and they aren't even here yet, partly because he's not giving the authorization to the community groups who want to bring in refugees. So, yeah, okay, 38,000, he applauds, very good. He's struggling with 1,300 some 50 years later, but that's a different topic, Mr. Speaker. I think the point I am making is that those 38,000 immigrants, refugees from Hungary, did they all pass difficult language tests? No, I doubt it. They came pretty quickly. Did they have to wait years? Did they have to go through this barrier, that barrier, the next barrier in order to come to this country? No, they got under those ships pretty fast, and 38,000 of them were here quickly. And they were welcomed warmly when they came to this country. So we welcomed them under Mr. Diefenbaker, and that's good. Probably there were a few bad apples in that 38,000, just as there are in the Canadian population at large. And the government of today would focus all their time on the few bad apples of those 38,000 Hungarian refugees, whereas the government of the day and our party focuses on the great good that all of those people will do for this country and that they have done for this country and that their children have done for this country. And the second way in which I would praise Mr. Diefenbaker is that there was a member of Parliament who was convicted of spying on Canada for the Soviet Union. He wasn't a conservative, he wasn't a liberal. I think he was a communist. But anyway, he was a member of Parliament, and in the process of this happening, his citizenship was taken away. And Mr. Diefenbaker thought that was really bad. Even someone, a Canadian convicted of treason, he thought should not have his citizenship taken away. So he brought in a law that did not allow governments to take away individual citizenship. And that was Mr. Diefenbaker, a progressive conservative. So he was a liberal on these matters, a small L liberal, and he was focusing on the welcome rather than on the vigilance. And I think the same story goes through to Pierre Trudeau, clearly, who, he invented the modern system of immigration and multiculturalism. And I would praise Brian Mulroney as well. I think he was open to immigration, he was welcoming, and he didn't spend all his time on talking about the bad apples. And the same for Jean Chrétien, the same for Paul Martin, until we come to the current government, when all of a sudden the scales turn, and instead of welcoming people to this country, we spend all of our time talking about the small number of people who are not obeying the rules. And so I think that you want to, it works much better if you welcome newcomers with a smile, which we did starting with Diefenbaker up to Martin, instead of, as this government does, welcoming newcomers with a scowl. It's better to have sunny ways, as Wilfrid Laurier put it, and as our leader recently quoted, rather than angry ways. So we welcomed people with a smile, from Diefenbaker to Trudeau to Mulroney to Chrétien and Martin, with a smile. We had sunny ways. We had a smile for the newcomers. And now under the Conservatives, all they focus on the negative side. So it's not sunny ways, it's angry ways, and that is not good for our country. Pourquoi ce n'est pas bon pour le pays?
Why isn't it good for the country? Why is it good for Canada to act in such a hostile manner? Well, it's not a good idea because we are trying to build Canada, and if we want to build this country, we have to welcome those who are coming here to live with us. We are all immigrants. So we have to welcome people with a smile. You don't always have to be angry. And the other issue is economic. We are competing with other countries for immigrants, with countries like Australia, the United States, and the UK, and so on. These countries have aging populations, so everybody needs immigrants. And if we welcome people with a smile, well, they will come to Canada rather than go to Australia or elsewhere. So there are good economic reasons to attract these people here. And the last point I would like to make on this is that it is a matter of the attitude of the public. If the public says nothing except that people are dishonest and that people get married for false reasons, if the government keeps on saying these bad things, people will begin to believe that immigrants are bad, that they are criminal.
Sowing division, because it's putting always the emphasis on the bad side of the immigrants, the things where they don't obey the rules, saying nothing about the much larger positive side. And so that gives ideas to Canadian people who hear the government talk that these immigrants are not to be trusted, these visitors are not to be trusted, they might be really bad people. And so I think it sows division in this country. So my view is let sunny ways rather than angry ways prevail. Greet the people with a smile instead of a scowl, and don't put up these new barriers all the time. So let me come now to what these 5 new barriers are, which we don't like. Or we could call them 5 new scowls provided by the Conservative Party to would-be citizens. The first scowl is the fact they've doubled the processing times. He boasts that they're going to reduce those processing times at some point in the future. But over 5 long years, they've doubled those processing times from 15 months to 31 months. And the reason they give it in the document, it doesn't talk about it being a liberal system. They say explicitly they didn't put enough money into the system, and that is why the waiting times, the processing times have doubled. So that's the first scowl they sent to would-be citizens. Sorry, folks, instead of waiting 15 months like you did in 2007, you have to wait 31 months, and sometimes it's way, way longer. I have constituents who wait way longer than 31 months. So that's the first scowl, the first barrier. The second one is this hostile act about language. It was okay until now that people did the test age 18 to 15-4. And now they're imposing a difficult language test also on the 14 to 18 and the 54 to 64. Why? Because they want to create another barrier, another scowl. Why was it not okay for 54 to 64 to speak okay English but not fantastic English and still make excellent contributions to this country, and for their children to speak perfect English and their grandchildren? It's worked well before. They are loyal citizens. I know them very well, both citizens and landed immigrants. Third point. Here's another scowl. People come here as temporary foreign workers or as students, international students. And it used to be that half the time they lived in this country as a student or as a temporary foreign worker counted towards the time for citizenship. Now the government scowls at them again and grabs away that time, and it counts for nothing. What's the point? You want to deter these people? You want to send them to Australia? You don't want them to come to Canada? There's no point except malice, except wanting to scowl at them instead of applying the sunny face of Liberals and perhaps even NDP. The fourth point is that you now have to stay here 4 out of 6 years instead of 3 out of 4. Another scowl. What makes you think someone will be more Canadian just because you make them stay an extra year? 1 more year is an extra time to wait. It doesn't necessarily make them Canadian. It doesn't necessarily deter citizens of convenience. It's just another nasty move by the Conservatives to make the barriers bigger against nice people who want to become citizens of our country. So those are 4 bad things, 4 scowls, 4 angry gestures. I will mention one more, and this one I have some sympathy with, okay? I've been a little bit negative so far, perhaps. But the 4 I have mentioned are all scowls which I don't think add anything. The 5th, there's some sense in it. And this is the idea of increased physical presence. The idea that in 4 out of 6 years, the people should be here more than half the year, 183 days. I have some sympathy with that because I do have some concern with the phenomenon of citizens of convenience. I think it might be going a little bit far because let us say somebody comes in as a landed immigrant working, let's say, for Royal Bank, you name a company. And that company, a Canadian company, then wants that person to work in UK or India or wherever. And that person, as a Canadian, could do it, as a landed immigrant could not, more than a certain time. So I think there's some problems with the detailed specification there. But I would suggest another measure, which is more focused at the true bad behaviors and not hitting everybody. I mean, there will be many people coming to this country who are not citizens of convenience, but for some reason their employer wants them to work overseas or they want to spend some time there. It doesn't mean they're citizens of convenience. So everybody gets tarred by that brush. But why not have strict residence requirements for health care? I mean, that would really target people who were citizens of convenience. I understand there was a court case heard by the BC Court of Appeal recently which upheld the government position on that. So to me, that's a more targeted approach to direct against potential citizens of convenience, and you'd hit them, but you wouldn't hit everybody. And a lot of the government measures are targeted at the bad people, but they hit all the good people as well, and therefore they are inefficient and unwelcoming. And that is why I say they're not sunny ways, they're angry ways. And we should welcome people with a smile and not with a scowl. Et donc, en somme, Monsieur le Président, comment...
And so, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I believe that, in light of what I've said so far, is that the Liberals will not support this bill. The bill contains other problems. Regarding the revocation of citizenship, because this would apply to dual nationals. I believe that there are at least 2 dual citizens in this chamber, the leader of the opposition and my colleague, the former leader of the Liberal Party, the member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. So the minister is giving himself the power to take away from these 2 colleagues their citizenship and to expulse them from Canada. I think that it's a bit too much power for a single individual. You have to understand that the definition of a dual citizen is a person born in Canada, which is the case of the 2 colleagues I've mentioned. It's not someone who is not born in Canada. So, in my view, the process proposed by the government does not allow for enough recourse before the courts, and that there are too many arbitrary powers concentrated in the hands of one person.
We're opposing this bill is that we want to welcome people to our country. We want to smile when they come in and not frown. We want to make it less of a burden and less of a waiting time to become a citizen, to become an economic immigrant, to become a visitor. The whole conservative system is drowning in increased waiting times. Typically, they've doubled, drowning in red tape. And this bill is yet another example of adding more and more and more barriers against those honest people who, thank goodness for us, want to become the citizens of Canada. So I say welcome them. Don't frown at them.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's rather incredible to hear that question. He talks of sunny ways, and then he goes on to make one of the most partisan speeches that I've heard in any debate in this place. I mean, is this the new Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker? A party of ogres, a party of scaremongers, a party that talk down the Canadian economy, that talk about doom and gloom when we've had the top job creation record in the G7, when we are the only country in the G7 to have a AAA credit rating from all agencies with a positive outlook. They won't acknowledge these simple facts. And, Mr. Speaker, it's terrifying to think of how newcomers to Canada would choose to understand this stream of consciousness presentation. Is the member opposite aware of some simple facts? Is he aware of the fact that this government has admitted to Canada, on average, over 40,000 more permanent residents than his government ever did? Is he aware that we have, under our government, had 1.4 million new Canadians become new Canadian citizens? Is he aware that his government slashed immigration to its lowest levels in the late 20th century in 83, 84, then again in 98, 99? Is he aware that it was his government that brought in these language requirements and made the residency requirement under the vast majority of their time in government in the 20th century 5 years? Actually more than is proposed in this bill. Is he aware of those simple facts, Mr. Speaker, and is he aware of his utter hypocrisy?
Before we go to the honourable member for Markham Unionville, there were a couple of suggestions in there of characterizations, if you will, of other honourable members that when we enter into that kind of debate is not helpful. And I just ask honourable members to keep that in mind in the course of their remarks. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, I actually find it quite amusing, Mr. Speaker, that he should accuse me of partisan, then you accuse him of being partisan, and the second part of his speech goes into this partisan rant. So let me just respond, instead of being partisan, with a few statistics coming from his own government statistics. If he could listen for just a second. Since 2007, I believe that his government was in power then, waiting times have increased by 200% for family reunification immigrants, by 65% for live-in caregivers, by 55% for provincial nominees, by up to 113% for federal skilled workers, by 150% for visitor visas, 107% for citizen applications. And he says he's doing a good job. Mr. Speaker, does he not know that time is of the essence when it comes to processing times for immigrants, for visitors, for citizens? And his government has absolutely bungled for 8 long years.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he could comment on the new intent to reside test for citizenship. The whole idea that when somebody applies to become a citizen, the government can assess whether or not they intend to reside in Canada. Lorne Waldman, who's the current president of the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, very respected, in fact, one of my former students, if you can believe it, talks about how arbitrary that will be, how difficult that will be to assess, but then he says, will this become the basis on which the minister can exercise his power to revoke citizenship if a person happens to leave the country too early for the liking of the minister? And I'm just wondering the kind of insecurity that would create for the average citizen to know whether or not they can leave 5 months from now, 6 months from now, 18 months from now, at risk of having their citizenship revoked because somehow, rather retroactively, a minister might say, this shows you didn't intend to reside in the first place. Do you have any concerns?
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, and I also met the gentleman and I read that article in which he said that, and I could see the basis for concerns. I think it speaks to this question of citizen of convenience, and we want to have measures in place to deter that, and I sympathize with that goal in principle. But when you take this specific measure, I agree that the minister could, in theory, take someone's citizenship away because he went to work overseas for a length of time when he had previously stated his intent not to. Now, I don't always agree with conservatives, but I don't think I would think it likely that a minister, even a conservative minister, would do that. So I don't take this risk that the professor raised too seriously, but I think there's a plethora of other reasons to oppose this act, and we are opposing it without necessarily putting that point at the front and center of our reasoning.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint Leonard Saint Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a great speech by my colleague from Markham. he spoke a little bit about waiting times to get your citizenship. I know my personal experiences in my office, being from the Montreal area, there's easily waiting times between 4 and upper 5 years sometimes. And if you don't, if you're not able to make your first appointment because of illness or some imprévu, as we say in French, it can go on. And some of these people have come here to become citizens. And I'm just wondering if he's had any personal experience being an MP from the Toronto area, where there's probably more immigrants waiting for their citizenship. And my second question would be, what's his feeling on the fee? The fee is being increased. These are people that probably cannot afford to pay the fee, and sometimes they do put off wanting to be citizens because they can't afford the fee, and what his feeling is about having an increase in fee with a decrease in services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Markham Unionville.
And beginning with the fee, as I said to the Minister, when you've just bungled the job and doubled the waiting time, it's not the time to double the fee after you double the waiting time. That is just totally unfair. Maybe if you'd have the waiting time as he promises to do in some future period after the next election, that would be a time to raise the fee. But wait till you do it. Don't do it in advance on the basis of some promise which may or may not be realized. And I agree that some of these people have a hard time paying that fee. On the question, the first question about people waiting for citizenship, yes, it's a horror story. It's a horror story. Markham happens to be the most, according to StatsCan, the most multicultural community in the country. So I have 90% of my business immigration related, and we have horror stories about people wanting to be reunited with their spouse or grandparents wanting to come to weddings of grandchildren and being denied, and grandparent A is exactly the same situation as grandparent B, and one gets in and one doesn't, and nobody knows why. And citizenship, some people have to fill out this form, which adds 2 years, and then the average is 2.5 years. It can be up to 5 years. But as I said in my speech, if the philosophy of this government is to scowl at newcomers, they don't care. They don't care. If they had cared, they would have put the money in between 2007 to 12. They would have put the money in to prevent those waiting times from going from 16 months to 32 months. They failed to do that. They knew they were causing the waiting times to go up, and they neglected to put the required resources in, so they are utterly guilty of neglect.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on the scowl-smile argument. Can you imagine when we came to government what expression was on the face of more than 840,000 immigration candidates, and a reflection of this backlog and the abject failure of the Liberal government as they were then on citizenship and immigration. Bottoming out, Mr. Speaker, bottoming out when one of the last Liberal ministers of immigration on record appeared to have made decisions out of the House of Lancaster, an entertainment bar in her riding. And so it's funny that the same people, the members of the opposition, particularly that member who accuse this smiling minister of wanting too much power, are the same ones who ask this minister to exercise his power by stopping deportations, issuing visas, granting citizenships, keeping criminals in Canada. The list goes on. My question is the member saying he wants to prevent giving citizenship to those who qualify for discretion? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Speaking of smiles on faces, when these Conservatives came into government, one reason they would have had a great big smile on their faces is because we left them a $13 billion surplus.
That's right.
But they weren't able to manage that surplus.
And it's still our fault.
You know what? Everything's always our fault, but we gave them a $13 billion surplus. And you know what they did, Mr. Speaker? They spent so much money that they frittered away that surplus, and before the recession even started, they were running a deficit. So no wonder they had a smile on their face when they saw that great big surplus. And in terms of immigration waiting times, the department in its wisdom does not give us numbers before 2007, so that's the earliest we can go. So that's the very beginning of the Conservative period. And as I quoted in all those numbers back to the minister, the family class went up by 200%, others went up 100%. That's nothing to do with Liberals. That was increase in waiting time 100% under the Conservative watch. So I think...
Okay, we're going to reprise the débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm delighted to join this lively debate here, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually excited to join it. But before I do that, let me just say that I'll be splitting my time with the hard-working member from Calgary Centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to discuss how our government plans to strengthen the value of Canadian citizenship. Canadian citizenship is about far more than the right to carry a passport, as some might think, or to vote. Canadian citizenship is a commitment and forever a connection to our great country, Canada. Citizenship defines who we are as Canadians, including our mutual responsibilities to one another, Mr. Speaker. Responsibilities such as respect for the rule of law, contributing to a well-being of the Canadian community, and protecting our heritage and our traditions. Citizenship means we share a commitment to the values that are rooted in our history, values like freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we believe Canadian citizenship is truly something special and it should be valued. And we believe that's what Canadians want. But there are those who attempt to attach a monetary cost to Canadian citizenship. The Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act, Bill C-24, sends a clear message to those who attempt to take advantage of our generous system. Canadian citizenship, Mr. Speaker, never was, never is, it isn't now, and never will be for sale. The Canadian passport is highly valued around the world. However, we will not stand by as people treat our passport as a commodity that can be traded or sold to the highest bidder. Our government takes citizenship fraud very seriously, and we are taking action to ensure those who are convicted of citizenship fraud face the full force of the law. This is very important, Mr. Speaker. There are those that prey on people that are legitimately waiting, wanting to become Canadian citizens for their financial advantage, and fraudulently approach them with schemes, and we'd like to crack down on those people. We believe it is incumbent on our government, on any government, to do that, to protect law-abiding residents, permanent residents, and citizens in our country. As of October 2013, the RCMP was conducting fraud investigations involving more than 3,000 citizens and more than 5,000 permanent residents, a majority of them related to residence fraud. This is a serious issue, which is why we are bringing forward these changes to the Citizenship Act. These are individuals who create fake addresses, purchase fake phone lines, open ghost bank accounts, and draft false letters of employment in an attempt to show that they live in Canada. In reality, Mr. Speaker, many of these individuals may have never set foot in Canada and probably live somewhere else around the world. Mr. Speaker, these practices demean and devalue what it means to be a Canadian citizen. The Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act, introduced by our government, will ensure that we are not only protecting the value of Canadian citizenship against those who would cheapen it, but that we are also improving the citizenship system. Unfortunately, there is a global industry of unscrupulous, unethical immigration and citizenship agents posing as bona fide consultants. These unscrupulous agents typically coach people to establish a fake proof of residency in Canada in in order to apply for and obtain our Canadian citizenship. Don't just take it from me, Mr. Speaker. Immigration lawyers like Raj Sharma also agree this is a serious problem. He admits, and I quote, "Immigration fraud was rampant, and you did see ghost consultants and unregulated consultants counsel individuals to embellish or exaggerate the time in Canada. Let's face it, the Canadian passport is an incredible, valuable commodity, and individuals are willing to lie, cheat, and deceive us to obtain that benefit." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, currently, there are no tools in the toolbox to identify citizenship fraud up front at the application stage. As a result, many applicants fall victim to crooked citizenship consultants. The Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act will change that. With our changes, applicants will have to declare on the citizenship application form whether or not they used an authorized consultant or a representative. The key here is the representative has to be accredited and part of a regulatory body specified by the minister. This will put an end to crooked citizenship consultants. Bill C-24 would increase the penalties for citizenship fraud to a maximum of $100,000, a fine up to 5 years or up to 5 years in prison. Mr. Speaker, we are also taking action to strengthen the residence requirements for citizenship. There has been a lot of ambiguity over what it means to be physically present in Canada. Our government is taking out the guesswork and making it clear. Prospective Canadian citizens need to be physically present in Canada 4 out of the past 6 years. In the words of respected lawyer Richard Kurland, and I quote, Mr. Kurland says, "It makes it easier. For the very first time, there's going to be a definition for residence. You'd think it would be in the law. It never has been. It is now 183 days in a year, 4 years on the previous 6. So now you know in advance using math whether you're in or you're out." And I close the quote. Even Toronto Sun columnist Simon Kent agrees, and this is part of his quotation. "If you want to live in Canada, if you want to enjoy living in a free and prosperous country like Canada, you should spend time here, and you should live here, and you should contribute to civil society." I know that sounds like something out of Politics 101, but basically saying live here, enjoy the fruits of your labor, pay your taxes, show that you are committed, and I think extending the period of permanent residency here from 3 to 4 years, or maybe even 5 years before you can take up citizenship is a fair and reasonable proposition, and I close his quotation. I see that I have 2 minutes left, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is a subject that is very close and dear in my heart. Not only because I have the privilege of representing one of the most diverse communities in the country, my riding, the great riding of Richmond Hill, but also because I am very proud that my parents were immigrants to this country. They came here during John Diefenbaker's prime ministership in this House, Mr. Speaker. They had to wait 5 years to get their citizenship, and I remember, because I was born and I was there, and I remember how proud they were when they studied and they learned the language requirements that they needed, and they went and they wrote those tests, and they spoke and obtained their Canadian citizenship. And, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I believe my parents are representative of the vast majority of Canadian citizens that have chosen this great country as their new home. So I heard with great attention what members of the critics from the opposition party said, and I'll be very happy to listen to any questions they might have and take those, Mr. Speaker. But in closing, let me just say this. The Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act demonstrates our government's commitment to ensuring new Canadians understand the value of citizenship. The changes make it harder for those who wish to take advantage of our generous immigration system and sends a strong message. Canadian citizenship is not a right, Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for for those who commit themselves to Canada, our way of life, our values, and our traditions. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dallaire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. One thing that worries me in what I'm hearing in this debate today, coming mainly from the Minister, he already seems to be able to, or starting to say rather, that he's laying the framework to make the system more effective and efficient, and we're going to punish the people who defraud the system. But it seems to me that a 50-page bill that has components that we support and has initiatives that we support, but with others that we really find worrisome. And this isn't just our position, it's the position of many civil society groups and experts. So, Mr. Speaker, earlier when I asked the Minister a question and asked if he was ready to reconsider certain parts of the bill, he said to me, we don't see any shortcomings in our bill. So I would like to ask my colleague who sits with me on the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, does that mean that there will be no wiggle room to hear from experts and take into consideration their recommendations if the Minister already sees no shortcomings in his bill, whereas there are very many groups and experts who have expressed their concern? Does that mean there will be no room for amendments at committee? That's something we often see here, and I hope that that's not what we will see here. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister said no such thing, nor did he allude any such thing. The process here in this House, and I think all members know, is that the bill, once passing through the second reading, will come to committee, and we'll have an opportunity to study it at the committee stage and hear experts. And we can't prejudge now or preempt what the conclusions or what the decisions of the committee will be after it has an opportunity to study the bill at that stage. But one of the concerns that the member had opposite, and I don't know if she took the time actually to read the content of the bill, or at least investigate the reasons behind some of the things that are in that bill. She commented about why are we increasing the fee of for Canadian citizenships. Had she done a little bit of homework, Mr. Speaker, she would have found out that it costs about $550 for a Canadian application today. About $550, Mr. Speaker, and we're taking the fee to a proportion of that. Is it not fair for Canadians to expect that the cost of that application should be borne by the person who is applying and not by taxpayers?
Questions and comments.
Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I never had the chance to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for his nomination since you became Parliamentary Secretary here in the House. Just a quick question. At the beginning of his speech, he was saying that the reason this bill has been put in before the House is because there's been a lot of fraudulent applications, people living outside the country, using false documents. But I would think that would be already people breaking the law, and I'm not sure why he would need this extra piece of legislation. I would think that you would need an extra piece of legislation to help people that want to obtain their Canadian citizenship, and like I had previously asked my colleague from the Liberal Party about being a member from the Toronto area, this member is a member from the Toronto area. Does he not see cases where it's a huge problem getting your Canadian citizenship with proper documents, where we're waiting too much time, where citizens are waiting way too much time, and also are waiting sometimes because the fee is too high? Can he comment on that, please, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll point the member to the bill, and the bill clearly puts some excellent points in dealing with the regulation of the whole citizenship and immigration consultant industry. In the second part of his question, Mr. Speaker, of course, I'm a member of Parliament from the Greater Toronto Area, and one of the things that this bill does, and he'll be happy to hear this, I'm sure, one of the things that the bill does is that it streamlines the decision-making process for granting citizenship. we're going to have more people within the decision-making body now, people that are experts, officers in citizenship and immigration, once they obtain all of those, all of the proper information, to be able to grant citizenship. Whereas today, that right only belongs to the authority for that only belongs to citizenship judges. From now on, if this bill passes through this House, which I hope all members through the House see the light and pass it because it really is excellent legislation, it's going to speed up the process from a three-step process to a one-step process, and those people that are coming into our offices are going to obtain their citizenship, Mr. Speaker, in under a year, as opposed to waiting the length of time they're waiting now. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to be here to rise to speak in support of Bill C-24, which really does demonstrate our government's commitment to strengthening the value of Canadian citizenship. Canadian citizenship, as every one of us in this House knows, is among the most valued citizenship in the world, and this bill will ensure that it remains that way. First, let me be clear. We want newcomers to come to Canada. We need them to grow this country, as Canada has throughout its great history. They are the nation builders of today and the nation builders of tomorrow. It's how do we get there? We've accepted 1.4 million new citizens to Canada since the Conservatives were elected in 2006. That's an unprecedented number that puts Canada among the top countries among our peers. That's a lot of people, Mr. Speaker, and we welcome them. We also believe that we should help to prepare those people, those newcomers, the very best we can so that they can succeed here. Enter Bill C-24. It's in all of our best interests to do that. So what does this really mean on the ground? Well, there are three things that it means. First of all, it means that we want newcomers to bond with their new home. We want them to feel like they're a part of Canada. So we believe that they should have a strong attachment to this country by having a significant Canadian experience before they become citizens. Hence, that means adding 1 year, going from 3 years to 4 years, or actually 1,460 days now, residency before they can become a citizen. Secondly, we'll require that they, yes, actually be present here in Canada while they're building that understanding of Canadian values and way of life. And thirdly, to help our newcomers integrate, we believe that they should know one of our official languages. Seems reasonable to most people. This will help our newcomers to succeed, and it will help Canada to succeed by opening its doors to them. Now, Gillian Smith of the Institute for Canadian Citizenship works extensively with Canada's newcomers, and she says she's found overwhelming support among them for these kind of changes. Our newest citizens report that the measures that actually help them to foster their connections and attachment with Canada have had the most positive success on their integration, most positive effect on their integration. Their sense of belonging, in fact, comes in large measure from actually experiencing Canada firsthand. Its people, its nature, its culture, its heritage, and yes, it's cold winters, it's hockey, it's Tim Hortons, and all of that that goes along with being a Canadian. This is where our connections with each other really develop. An understanding of one of our official languages and a deeper knowledge of these kind of values and traditions helps newcomers become active members of Canadian society a lot sooner. And this will assist them on their path to really seize the opportunities, which are the reason why they're coming to Canada. And that's what we want. Our government's proposed changes will also expand the ages for citizenship applicants who are required to demonstrate this kind of language proficiency, as well as take the knowledge test. Currently, it's from 18 to 54. It will go from 14 to 64. Now, there are critics who will say, well, these moves to strengthen the residency requirements and language requirements will make it harder to become a Canadian citizen. Well, we believe that people who really wish to hold the coveted Canadian passport to call Canada their home will achieve these requirements. Something valued is something that really is worth working for. Now, in the past, it hasn't always been that way. And I just point to immigration lawyer Raj Sharma, who told my friend Doug Dirks, the host of CBC Calgary Homestretch, that, quote, basically an 8-year-old with a crayon could have passed the previous knowledge test to become a Canadian citizen. That's actually what he said. This is one very busy immigration lawyer. And this is something that we don't take lightly. So by strengthening the residency and knowledge requirements, we're making sure that new citizens are both more committed and fully prepared to actually take up life here in Canada. This is balancing rights and responsibilities. And in fact, you know, the Aga Khan was here speaking in this very house here today, and he spoke about this very thing. He talked about a healthy civil society. And he said, you know, Canada accepted a major wave of Ismailis in the 1970s during the brutal Idi Amin era. And the Aga Khan placed Canada first among all in creating a pluralistic society. But in building a healthy civil society, the Aga Khan said what that takes is balancing rights and responsibilities. And that's exactly what this act does for new citizens. Author Nick Noorani expressed a similar sentiment on CBC Radio a while back when he said, quote, "It's not becoming more difficult, it's putting in place checks and balances." Noorani said, quote, "I'm a very proud Canadian and I believe that anyone who wants to become a Canadian should follow certain rules and regulations." Well, for instance, people who have misused the system, the government is now putting a premium on Canadian citizenship, as well it should be. So just to come back to the residency requirement, this residency requirement will actually now only include time that the person actually spends in Canada as a permanent resident. And that hasn't always been the case. In the past, the rules were a little fuzzy and they were often taken advantage of by unscrupulous people. So we're making them crystal clear, Mr. Speaker. Newcomers that are coming to build Canada, they expect and want to be contributors, and this will give them a little bit more time to establish themselves here. You know, my own son-in-law is actually affected by these changes. He'll have to spend an extra year in Canada to get citizenship, and that's okay, because something like Canadian citizenship is something worth working for. This is what Canadians rightly expect when they welcome newcomers as citizens and full members of our Canadian family, not people who want to hold citizenship of convenience as a backup plan while they live and work somewhere else. And there will be exceptions. Applicants who are outside Canada because they're accompanying either their Canadian spouse or parent who's employed in the armed forces, the Canadian Armed Forces, or as a Crown servant can still qualify for citizenship. And this is so that we can make sure to prevent residents from being penalized for their family's service abroad for Canada. We're honoring those who serve Canada and showing our gratitude for those who put their lives on hold in service to our country. Mr. Speaker, Canadian citizenship is an honor and a privilege. It comes not only with rights, but with responsibilities. And immigrants understand, accept, and you know what? They're very proud to be able to fulfill these responsibilities. In fact, over 85% of permanent residents who have gone on to become citizens support these initiatives. In 2012, more than 110,000 people became proud Canadian citizens. Just this year alone, we held 1,722 citizenship ceremonies from coast to coast to coast. And I often say that's one of my favorite things to do as a member of Parliament is preside over these citizenship ceremonies because they are heartwarming and even tear-jerking. As a Canadian, I just feel so honored that these people have chosen Canada and are taking a pledge to become part of the Canadian family. They've often undergone great hardship to come here to Canada, but it's been worth it, Mr. Speaker. It's been worth it because of the value of Canadian citizenship that this Act is underscoring. These people want to come and contribute to our economy, and many have come to Canada for security of their home and family under the rule of law. They're overwhelmingly pleased with these changes because, again, they value Canadian citizenship and they believe that it should only be granted to people like them who live and play by the rules. We have to continue to ensure that this is the Canada that we're protecting and preserving for all of us into the future. The Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act enhances the value and integrity of our Canadian citizenship and ensures that it's going to be valued just as much by future generations. We're accepting unprecedented numbers of immigrants. I mentioned 1.4 million since 2006 earlier, and we're ranked amongst the top amongst our peer countries in this. So the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act that we're very proud to be putting forward here today is a necessary measure that's supported by newcomers to Canada to ensure that we can continue to keep the doors to Canada open, to create this pluralistic society that the Aga Khan talked about, that all of us are proud of, and ensure that newcomers are in the very best position to succeed when they come to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:30, the member for Calgary Centre will have 5 minutes of questions and comments when we resume debate on this bill. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Debate on motion M485 on tax evasion, standing in the name of Mr. Dion Labelle. Mr. Dion Labelle, seconded by Madame Leblanc, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, study and measure Canadian tax losses to international tax havens and tax evasion in order to determine the Canadian federal tax gap. B, order the Canada Revenue Agency to provide the Parliamentary Budget Officer with the information necessary to provide an independent estimate of the Canadian federal tax gap arising from tax evasion and tax avoidance through the use of tax havens. C, mandate the Auditor General or the Parliamentary Budget Officer to provide estimates of the marginal revenue of additional CRA resources, such as auditors, in the areas of tax evasion and tax avoidance. And D, mandate the Auditor General to evaluate on a regular basis the success of the CRA in prosecuting and settling cases of tax evasion. Debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to introduce Motion 485 and dealing with the fight against the use of tax havens. At a time where rich countries are desperately trying to reduce their deficits, tax havens are making Europe lose $100 billion. This could be $300 billion planet-wide. And this also plays a strategic role in corporate taxes. 1/3 of the direct investments abroad by multinationals are done in tax havens. This has been increasing since the 90s. According to a Statistics Canada study in 2005, Canadian assets in offshore accounts have increased 8-fold between 1990 to 2003, going up to $88 billion. Today, that would be double, $170 billion. The highest growth during that period was in Barbados, Ireland, the Cayman Islands, the Bahamas. This 2005 study on offshore centres was the last carried out by StatsCan. In 2009, Statistics Canada said that Canadian organizations had invested up to $186 billion in tax havens, 25% of direct Canadian foreign investment. Among these, we find Ireland, Luxembourg, Cayman Islands, Bermuda, Hungary, and Barbados. Canadian business people injected $70 billion in Barbados by 2012. The first time I heard about Barbados as a tax haven was when we found out that the former Prime Minister, Paul Martin, had registered his ships there in order to avoid tax in Canada. His example showed the way to other Canadian business leaders who wanted to avoid tax. Paul Martin's decision was the start of a race toward offshore centres for Canadian business. From there on in, Canadian investments in Barbados increased by 3,000 or more % in a few years. Nothing else could explain this enthusiasm for a small island which has neither oil nor gold. Barbados has become the starting point for other tax havens. So what are the losses linked to the use of tax havens by wealthy Canadians or corporations? Unfortunately, right now, we don't have any reliable studies to evaluate this tax gap. While Canadian families are having hard times meeting ends meet, and small businesses face increased global competition, and the government cuts back social programs, wealthy Canadians and major Canadian corporations invest in tax havens, billions of dollars sheltered from taxes without the government really trying to figure out how much tax revenue it's losing. According to some independent estimates, the Canadian tax system is losing up to $7.8 billion a year because of tax evasion. The NDP firmly believes that the government has a duty to estimate as precisely as possible tax revenues lost because of tax evasion and tax havens in order to determine the magnitude of the problem. Without such an estimate, it's impossible to determine the gravity of the problem of tax erosion or to find appropriate remedies. My motion today is asking the federal government to undertake rigorous measures to examine the tax gap resulting from tax havens. The motion also asks the CRA to provide the Parliamentary Budget Officer with the information he needs to produce such an estimate. My motion also requests that the Auditor General or the Parliamentary Budget Officer produce an estimate of the revenue that is being lost by Revenue Canada because of tax avoidance. According to the OECD, this is an extremely profitable business. In the UK, a £4 million investment in tax havens allowed a company to get back $7 million. We'd also like to see what CRA has done to pursue tax fraudsters. Canadians may have questions about the federal government's or the Conservative government's real intent to go after this kind of tax evasion. First of all, since 2011, the Conservatives cut $220 million in CRA's budget, and it will have eliminated 3,000 full-time jobs by 2015. Given this action, we can't say that the government is taking this very seriously. According to Le Devoir, in May 2003, there were 422 employees in charge of international audits. This increased a little bit in the past 3 or 4 years, but it's less than the 512 active employees in 2008. As we've seen, the use of offshore accounts has risen dramatically. CRA thought the modest conservative amount was $4 billion in uncollected taxes on money hidden in tax havens. But the audit in 2010 confirms the agency's inability to follow these complex accounts worth billions of dollars. According to an internal document that was leaked, it rather go after easy targets like small businesses, self-employed people like small restaurant owners or the hairdresser down the street. But when you're talking about billions, they're afraid of attacking the giants. The Conservatives tried to convince the public of its intent to fight tax havens, and it brags about its 75 measures put in place since 2006 to fight this, but only 44 people were found guilty of tax evasion between 2006 and 2012. These figures are fascinating. 44 people found guilty. Of those 44, English CBC, through access to information, obtained 25 names of people who were found guilty. Of these 25 convicted, only 8 actually hid money in a tax haven. Of those 8, 2 were not discovered by CRA. It was Colisée, an investigation in Quebec that had identified Rizzuto, for instance. So from 2006 to 2012, the CRA was able to lay charges in 6 cases. That doesn't seem a lot to me. This is not even one, it's only one case a year. Since 2007, the CRA obtained a lot of information because of major international leaks. Many names of Canadians who had offshore accounts. In 2007, the CRA got the names of 106 Canadians that had accounts at the LGT Bank in Liechtenstein, and 1,785 who had accounts in HSBC in Switzerland. In 2010, they got another 2,000 names because of an international leak. Once again, Canadians were identified as having accounts at HSBC. In 2013, that was recent, April 2013, the Investigative Journalists Organization identified 450 Canadians associated with tax havens, associated with low taxes and lack of transparency. Germany and the U.S., among others, gave rewards to informants that allowed them to recover some of that money. This year, the government may pay for this information.
Well, it's about time. So, if I go over all of this again, 106 in 2007, 185 in 2000, 211 in 2010, 450 names in April of 2013. According to my calculations, that's 4,031 names of people who have foreign accounts in tax havens. 4,341 names known to the Canada Revenue Agency. How many people have been charged and convicted? 6. Let's just say that there's an F for effort in here. Let's come back to the Barbados. In 1980, the Government of Canada, under Joe Clark's government, signed a controversial agreement on non-double taxation, allowing Canadians to register their assets in Barbados, basically not paying taxes, and they were allowed to recover that money, bring it back to Canada, and they were not taxed either. And so action was taken to end that. But today, the opposite has happened. People have invested $60 billion in 2012 in Barbados. The Conservatives, instead of ending that agreement, want to sign the same type of agreement with other tax havens, and now they are called fiscal or tax information exchange agreements. A couple of years ago, the Canadian government signed such agreements with other countries, such as many other countries in the Caribbean, under the pretext of getting information on Canadians having accounts in these countries. Today, there are 19 tax havens. Amongst that list, Antigua, Costa Rica, Aruba, Uruguay were added to the list. I will quote Professor Lahault. These agreements basically allowed tax agents from the countries in question to conduct investigations with countries that have signed the agreement, but there are exceptions. But under these tax exchange information agreements, the ones signed with Canada, they have a particular provision. In the 2007 Conservative budget, a clause was added indicated that Canadian investors putting their money in some of the signatory tax havens would be allowed to repatriate the money to Canada, that is dividends, tax-free. So under these agreements, the Conservative government has made legislative changes which distort the effect of the agreements, which mean that the branches of certain companies who have assets in these tax havens end up not paying their fair share of taxes. According to a Deloitte report, to encourage people to sign these agreements, Canada's tax law was amended in 2008. So any agreements having signed such an agreement would be to the advantage of corporations and would give corporations advantages they did not have before. In fact, they could only have these advantages in countries with which Canada had signed a tax agreement. So, under this new form of agreement, any profits made by a branch abroad of a Canadian company would be included in the exempted surplus. Consequently, dividends paid out to the Canadian company by the affiliated company would not be subject to Canadian tax. Who said this? Well, Deloitte, an expert in the field. Let us conclude with the Canadian duplicity. In fact, other measures could be implemented to end this practice. The Canada Revenue Agency should require of Canadian corporations and their branches that any taxes paid abroad should be done so in full transparency. The Canadian government should create an effective system to help identify the people who facilitate these tax havens, including lawyers and other professionals, and the federal government should review the bilateral nature of these tax information exchange agreements. The government should also work more at taking a multilateral approach and look at the transfer costs of multinationals. The government should also turn to best practices which are in effect in countries elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm willing to answer your questions now. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for his excellent speech, for his passion in showing that this is a situation of tax injustice which exists in Canada and which costs our economy dearly. I would also like to congratulate him for his motion, and I would like to put the following question to him. What are the impacts, the economic impacts on Canada when people use tax havens? I would also ask him to talk about the Conservatives' lackadaisical approach when it comes to finding effective measures to fight these tax havens. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I would like to thank my dear colleague. As it now stands internationally, the International Monetary Fund, the G20, the OECD, in fact, Canada has taken commitments with these organizations to fight tax evasion. So we would sign on final statements. For instance, at the conference in St. Petersburg, we had signed the final document saying that we would fight against tax havens. However, my fear, in light of the cutbacks which have been made and what's happening now, is that these agreements, these commitments Canada has made, will look like the commitments Canada made with regard to Kyoto. It sure looks good internationally, but in reality, Canadian legislation is adjusted to promote these fiscal corridors between the Caribbean and Canada. And I'm afraid that without any concrete measures and vigilance on the part of parliamentarians and civil society, which sees these people act, so without this vigilance, the whole system will continue. We need to adopt concrete measures to fight against tax havens, but that's not what's happening now.
In comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Brossard.
The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his motion and for the fact that he has taken the issue of tax havens as far as he has. My colleague is a critic in these areas, and this is an issue the NDP cares deeply about. Various governments, including Liberal governments, have just been lagging behind when it comes to going after tax havens, so the NDP has presented this motion. So I would like to ask my colleague this. Under Paul Martin at the time, rather, now the Conservative government is saying that it is taking certain measures to go after these tax favors, but I'd like him to set the record straight. Conservatives are saying they're doing something about this, but in reality, what has happened? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much for the question. Well, in my speech, I gave an overview of all of the data the Canada Revenue Agency has today to prosecute these people and the very few results we have to show for it. It seems that the government is not using this data systematically. There is no report on what's going on. At a certain point, the Auditor General of Canada will have to look into the matter to see how the CRA is managing this data, what it's doing with the data, what it's doing with all of this information it has collected, and more data will come in because it seems that internationally there are more and more leaks when it comes to tax havens, and we sure can expect future revelations. So what is the CRA going to do with this information? We don't know. They got 450 names in 2013, but what have they done with this information? How much money is at stake? We will have to use the Access to Information Act to get some information, and when the information does come in, I have to admit it's very disappointing. Only 6 people have been convicted since 2006. Really, that's not a lot.
Debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome this opportunity to clarify the actions being taken by our government on multiple fronts to combat international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, a track record of which we are very proud. I also want to debunk the unfounded assumptions and misconceptions on which Motion 485 is based. This is a very complex issue.
And I would like to explain exactly why I'm against this motion.
It is certainly not confined to our borders. La mondialisation de
the globalization of trade, the ease of movement of people and money across borders, and the rapid growth of electronic commerce make international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance a priority for tax administrations around the world. So we are not standing idly by, letting tax cheats off the hook. Whether it's complex corporate schemes, individuals using questionable offshore jurisdictions, or tax havens, or tax shelter schemes used to avoid or evade tax, we will do what it takes to protect the integrity and fairness of Canada's tax system.
Anyone looking at the facts can conclude our government has been very steadfast in its efforts to identify those who attempt to hide their money offshore, people who think it's okay to cheat their neighbors and have them pay their way. This is fundamentally unfair to the vast majority of honest, hardworking Canadians who pay their fair share of taxes. They understand that this is how government pays for the important programs all Canadians depend on, for our children, for our seniors, for our health care. Il est illégal de ne pas déclarer.
Failure to do so, that is, to report income from domestic or foreign sources, is illegal. It can result in significant taxes, interest, and penalties. Tax evasion can also lead to fines and jail time. Our government takes deliberate tax evasion and avoidance very seriously. To make sure lawbreakers get the message, we have introduced a series of important initiatives in recent years to protect the integrity of Canada's tax system.
Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013, which introduced new tools and legislative measures that are strengthening CRA's ability to combat international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Monsieur le Président, le plan...
Mr. Speaker, the 2014 Economic Action Plan also imposed requirements with regard to electronic transfers which apply to banks and other financial institutions.
They must report international electronic fund transfers of $10,000 or more to the CRA, as they currently must do to the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada.
Another measure which our government has brought about is extending the regular use period with regard to assets abroad.
An additional 3 years for taxpayers who have failed to report income from a specified foreign property on their annual income tax return and failed to properly file their foreign income tax verification statement form T1135. Ce n'est pas tout. L'art, c'est...
Not only that, we are revising Form T1135 to require taxpayers to provide more detailed information. They must now include the names of specific foreign institutions and countries where offshore assets are located and the associated income earned on the offshore assets. Equally essential to our work, we are streamlining the legal process for the CRA to obtain information concerning unnamed persons from third parties, such as banks.
The CRA will require to receive reports from banks and other financial intermediaries for international fund transfers. The remaining $15 million is being allocated over the next 5 years to establish dedicated audit and compliance resources to address offshore non-compliance. These resources are intended to enhance the CRA's existing internationally focused programs, such as international audit, aggressive international tax planning, and offshore tax evasion.
Thanks to these funds, an offshore compliance division has been established within the Canada Revenue Agency, and it will ensure that a focused approach in implementing the measures contained in Economic Action Plan 2013 to combat international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. The division will gather business intelligence with a view to identifying, selecting, and coordinating high-risk offshore non-compliance cases for audit. Audits are one of the agency's key tools for identifying and deterring non-compliance. The Offshore Compliance Division will also
putting in place a robust accountability framework to report on the progress in identifying and addressing offshore non-compliance. Bien que la division en soit...
While it's still early days for the division, I can assure the House that the CRA continues to make significant inroads in pursuing taxpayers who attempt to hide their money in offshore jurisdictions.
He has audited over 7,700 cases of offshore aggressive tax planning, worth some $4.6 billion in unpaid taxes. The CRA has also completed compliance actions on roughly 340 audits of high net worth groups using sophisticated business structures and offshore arrangements to avoid taxes. This resulted in the identification of more than $195 million in unpaid federal taxes. What's especially encouraging is that this tough approach has made converts of many people who previously failed to declare their income. Canadians are now taking it upon themselves to come forward, reporting previously undeclared income and paying up what they owe. In fact, the number of voluntary disclosures has increased more than threefold in the past number of years. Voilà les faits, Monsieur le...
Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Facts that speak for themselves. Clearly, our efforts are working, and we anticipate even better results in the years ahead once the Offshore Compliance Division is fully operational. Just as clearly, we do not need this opposition motion. So I urge all parties in this chamber to put it aside and instead to focus on more pressing matters. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am against this motion. Thank you.
Reprise débat. Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this debate on this motion, M485. But first of all, I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that even though I don't agree with all of the arguments invoked by the NDP member, the Liberal Party will be supporting this motion. And I have just listened indeed to the government member who is asking us to do the opposite. And she was saying that we are going to have better results in the future and to concentrate on more urgent matters. Well, how can we concentrate on more urgent matters, whereas there are billions of dollars that we can't get our hands on, that the Canada Revenue Agency cannot access because there are many Canadian taxpayers who are tax evaders and tax avoiders internationally. So the motion that was tabled has a certain number of questions in it. First of all, we know that we would like to measure the gap, and I think that's quite reasonable. It's quite normal to want to know what that tax gap is very specifically. Whereas we know that not long ago, the International Consortium of journalists, investigative journalists, said that there were more than 550 Canadian investors that have money in tax havens and that are literally not paying billions of dollars. So what did the CRA do? I mean, the few crumbs of information that we've been given are very, very disappointing. The Canada Revenue Agency, in an article on the English network of the CBC, said that there are many people many accounts were registered between 2006 2012, and they're very disappointing, particularly because $158 billion worth of assets are found in these tax havens, according to Statistics Canada. So you'll understand the urgency of acting on this matter, because the government could use these monies to invest in health, education, and social programs rather than cutting, effectively, the resources, what we want to have in place, let's say, for veterans. That's what the Conservative government is doing. So why not put those necessary resources in place to go and get those monies? And then, Mr. Speaker, another question that's presented in this motion is that the government ask the Canada Revenue Agency to provide the Parliamentary Budget Officer with the information necessary to provide an independent estimate of this tax gap. Why not be transparent and provide that information to the Parliamentary Tax the parliamentary budget officer, whereas other countries do so, whether it's the U.S. or the UK. They're telling us that Canada is not playing ball in this area. Now, the third aspect that what's asked for in this motion is that we give a mandate to the Auditor General or the Parliamentary Budget Officer to provide estimates of the marginal revenue of additional CRA resources if that money was provided. So it's quite clear. In the Liberal budget of 2005, we had invested $30 million a year over 5 years. That's $150 million we had put in place to fight tax evasion, and it resulted in $2.7 billion being recuperated in 2009. So that's 18 times more what the payoff was. And so I know that in Quebec, for every dollar invested in these resources, $10 are recuperated. So we're asking why the government does not want to allow the Auditor General to do that kind of a study. He should be able to do that and see whether these resources should be even further increased. But the Conservative government is acting otherwise. And what have they done since, Mr. Speaker? They preferred to impose cuts on these programs. First of all, the international program and the abusive program, tax abusers program, they cut $300 million. So I worked with these people. They're very competent, but if the resources are limited, how do you want them to, these auditors, how do you expect them to do their work? And then the government, to try and correct these errors, gave $3 million a year for 5 years. That's a very slim amount of money. So the money that it takes to hire these people is one thing, and furthermore, these auditors have to be trained. They're going to be facing people who are experts. They're people who are hiding money abroad to avoid paying taxes on it. And sometimes it takes 3 or 4 years to train these people appropriately so that they can be competent enough to go and chase after these tax evaders. But now we've been told that there are more important issues to devote money to, whereas billions of dollars are sitting out there. And these are monies that they should be paying taxes on. We should be going and finding that money, and I hope that when they vote on this motion, they will think a little bit. You know, at least for once, they should tell themselves, we'll move forward on this and we'll allow the auditors to do everything, including the analysis that should be done. Should we not increase the number of auditors? Should we not add to the resources to allow the Canada Revenue Agency to be able to do the job? Therefore, we know it's easier to attack small taxpayers. It's easier to find wall-to-wall resources to go and find those people, taxi drivers, restaurant owners, rather than really taking the necessary money to go out and find those billions of dollars. So once again, I ask that the government change its position and support this motion that my colleague has tabled to ensure that the Auditor General or the Parliamentary Budget Officer have the necessary information in hand to be able to carry out these studies, because there are billions that are sleeping in tax havens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you. I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to rise in this debate. I am speaking to my colleagues and to all Canadians with my wish to express my support for motion M485 on tax havens that was presented by my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord. This motion is asking the government to take every necessary measure to ensure that Canadians and Canadian businesses will stop having access, I should say some Canadians and some Canadian businesses no longer have access to tax havens in order that they pay, not have to pay rather their fair share of taxes. And I want to restate my support for this initiative. Once again, the NDP has worked on the development of initiatives focused on protecting the finances and economy of Canada. This motion is asking the government to work and attack the problem of tax evasion, and in the motion there are 5 things that we are asking for, and I would like to speak to 3 of them. First of all, we're asking the government to estimate very precisely the lost tax revenues lost because of international tax havens and tax evasion in order to determine the scope of this tax gap. Secondly, to take measures allowing federal agencies to study the tax revenue shortfall that flows from people turning to these tax havens. And finally, one of the 5 measures we're asking for, the initiative suggests that the Auditor General regularly audit the Canada Revenue Agency as to the court cases that it has launched for tax fraud. There are several aspects of this motion which is intended to work to counter tax evasion while strengthening the capacity of the state to act effectively. The government has to be much stricter when it comes to tax evasion. That is why the estimates of tax losses to tax havens that we are trying to attack in this motion are so important to fight against the gravity of the erosion of the tax base and to measure effectively the corrective actions that must be taken. Any public policy has to begin with an analysis of the needs, allowing to determine the solutions that would be the most appropriate. We have to be aware of the importance of taking the measures proposed in this motion without any delay. Estimates presented in 2013 for Oxfam International illustrate the gravity of the problem. According to this organization, at least 18,500 billions of dollars were hidden by individuals in tax havens around the world. This represents a loss of more than $156 billion of tax revenues for the government. In Canada, independent estimates pointed out that lost tax income to foreign tax havens could add up to between $5 and $7.8 billion per year. In a Globe and Mail article that appeared in May 2013, there was talk about this problem, and also there were a few clues as to where these tax havens were found and where certain Canadians' assets, people who were parking, if I can put it that way, their assets in these havens could be found. And I'd like to quote this article now.
Canadians have parked in 3 top offshore tax havens has more than doubled since 2005, showing the scale of tax avoidance in Canada is getting larger every year, says the lobby group Canadian for Tax Fairness. The advocacy group, which is pressuring the government to do more to crack down on the flow of money to tax havens, says Canadians now have $59 billion invested in Barbados, $30 billion in the Cayman Islands, and $20 billion in Luxembourg, the 3 biggest offshore tax havens destinations for Canadians' funds. End of quote.
In this situation, we are wondering if the government, rather than reducing the Canada Revenue Agency's budget, which would perhaps not be judicious if they were going to really attack this problem, would be rather to guarantee the necessary resources for this agency to be able to prevent cases of tax evasion and, if necessary, to be able to carry out investigations. Unfortunately, if action is not taken, the tax frauds will remain unpunished, whereas thousands of honest Canadians will continue to bear their share of this tax burden. The taxpayers of La Salle et Mar contribute to the tax base in this country, and they will continue to do so by filling out their income tax forms. And this is the season for it, and that will be the case until the month of April. They contribute honestly, and it's the same thing for small and medium-sized businesses. It's often Canadian taxpayers, often from the middle class, the small and medium-sized businesses who bear the biggest burden, the biggest tax burden in Canada, and they'll pay a bigger share of the income tax, whether it's federal, provincial, or municipal. These taxpayers and the taxpayers of La Salle et Mar, my riding, are demanding tax fairness here. However, we know that there are individuals who do not carry out their responsibilities to this country. And in the face of this situation, my constituents are asking themselves two questions. Why does Canada not move forward with initiatives intended to identify these people who are committing fraud, and why does the government voluntarily renounce these billions of dollars in revenues that could help to fund a multitude of services for Canadians? In an astonishing article in Le Devoir, they talked about the latest work of Mr. Alain Deneau from the University of Montreal, Department of Political Science, and it was entitled Tax Havens, Canadian File, which points out that the links between Canada and some tax havens goes back to the 19th century. And I would like to quote this article, which means that at the birth of tax havens in the Caribbean some 60 years ago, Canadian banks were already set up in this area, and because over time they had set up business in the Caribbean one after another. Scotiabank in Jamaica, 1869, the Royal Bank in the Bahamas, 1909, CIBC in Jamaica, 1920, and so on. And that's the end of the quote. Now, a little further on in this article, we're told about a report that was prepared by a workers group that was tabled with the Industry Canada in 2009, and I quote, "For example, Canadians invest 4 times more in Barbados, 5.3% more in Brazil, 1.6%, and so in effect, Canadian investments in economies that are relatively small in the Caribbean, whether it's Bermuda, Cayman Islands, or the Bahamas, and it represents 12% of the investments." So, Mr. Speaker, the motion presented here today offers concrete measures to attack the problem of tax havens, and this would bring the people of my riding, but also of all other Canadian taxpayers, finally what we might call tax fairness, where each and every person contributes to the well-being and development of our country. So I ask the government members I urge them, as well as all of my colleagues, to unanimously support this and vote in favor of motion 485 on tax havens. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, would I please the débat the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to oppose private member's motion 485 and to take this opportunity to highlight some of the most significant steps our government has taken to tackle the growing problem of international tax evasion and aggressive international tax avoidance, a problem that the previous Liberal government completely ignored, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, listening to my honourable colleagues, a number of speakers, had they only taken a moment to listen to the member from Winnipeg South Centre, they would have had a number of the questions that they're asking in their speeches answered, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is an extremely serious and complex issue. So let me begin by stating the obvious. Canada's tax system is based on the premise of self-assessment and voluntary compliance. Canadian taxpayers, individuals, corporations, and trusts are required by law to file their tax returns on time and to pay whatever taxes they owe in full. To comply with Canada's tax laws, Canadians who invest abroad must report their worldwide income and pay the correct amount of tax on those earnings. The majority of them, Mr. Speaker, do. I think it does a disservice, quite frankly, for opposition members to state that somehow everyone who has a foreign bank account isn't paying tax or is deliberately trying to hide tax. Certainly, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians' taxpayers are honest, law-abiding citizens. They file their tax returns, report their income, and pay whatever taxes they owe as required by law. When these honest Canadians hear about those who attempt to evade or avoid their tax obligations, particularly where the potential loss of revenue is significant, they are justly outraged. They want to know, and indeed they deserve to know, what their government is doing about it. So let me assure the members of this House that our government takes the abuse of Canada's tax laws very seriously. Tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, whether domestic or international in nature, place an unfair burden on law-abiding taxpayers and businesses. They erode public trust in the tax system, and they jeopardize the integrity of Canada's tax base. I believe, Mr. Speaker, those are words that everyone in this House would agree with. Mr. Speaker, I understand the intentions of the Member of Parliament for Rivière-du-Nord in proposing a motion to study Canadian tax losses due to international tax evasion and the use of tax havens. However, I would argue that attempting to measure the so-called tax gap is not the most effective solution to this complex global problem, and I think the member opposite knows this as well. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, has reported, and I quote, "Given the widely varying types of non-compliance behaviors that comprise the overall tax gap, it will be apparent that measuring its overall size is a difficult, costly, and some would say inevitably quite imprecise undertaking." Mr. Speaker, those are not the government's words, those are the OECD's words. For the sake of clarity, let me explain that the tax gap is the difference between the tax revenues the government actually receives in a year and the tax revenues that it would receive if all taxpayers respected their tax obligations under the various acts and regulations administered by the Canada Revenue Agency. So, Mr. Speaker, here comes the rub. Estimating the income that is deliberately hidden in secret offshore investments is virtually impossible to do with even a minimal degree of accuracy or reliability. By their very nature, tax evasion and tax avoidance are difficult to quantify since they involve people or entities hiding money, deliberately hiding money, and aggressively hiding money from the government. Therefore, like the vast majority of OECD countries and around the world, Canada does not estimate the amount of revenue lost to international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. However, to that point, Mr. Speaker, I must stress that our government takes the issue of international tax non-compliance extremely seriously, and we are by no means turning a blind eye to the problem. One of my colleagues has already summarized the important measures our government introduced in Economic Action Plan 2013 to tackle international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. These new measures and tools will strengthen the Canada Revenue Agency's ability to identify and audit abusive tax schemes and arrangements that use offshore jurisdictions to hide assets and income. On January 15th, the Honourable Minister of International Revenue announced the launch of the new Offshore Tax Informant Program, which is one of the Economic Action Plan measures I just mentioned. For the first time, the Canada Revenue Agency is in a position to financially reward individuals when they provide information that leads to the assessment and collection of additional federal taxes in cases of major international tax non-compliance. Informants are now able to contact Canada Revenue Agency through a toll-free number that is accessible throughout North America and a local number that can be reached from anywhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, after considering the information provided, and there is a very clear protocol, the Canada Revenue Agency must enter into a contract with the informant if the federal tax owing, excluding interest and penalties, is more than $100,000 and all other program requirements are met. Of course, no payment is made to anyone already convicted of tax evasion in relation to the information provided. Mr. Speaker, our government will not reward tax cheats from turning on one another. Regardless of whether the information ultimately results in a payment under the program, the Canada Revenue Agency can use the information provided to carry out its mandate to ensure compliance with Canada's tax laws. Offering a reward for information about major cases of international tax non-compliance will both encourage those with information to come forward and discourage Canadians from breaking the law in the first place. The new Offshore Tax Informant Program is not the only way the Canada Revenue Agency obtains information about tax non-compliance. The agency already has an Informant Leads program in place that accepts information about all forms of tax non-compliance, although it does not pay informants for such information. The Informant Leads program can be used to report cases of international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance that fall below the $100,000 threshold that is set for the Offshore Tax Informant Program. Taxpayers with previously undisclosed income may also avail themselves of the Canada Revenue Agency's Voluntary Disclosures Program. Should Canadians choose to rectify their tax affairs through voluntary disclosure, they may be able to avoid penalties and prosecution for tax evasion and only have to pay the taxes that they owe plus interest. Taxpayers file many different types of disclosures in relation to income and property located outside of Canada. For example, CRA has received a significant number of disclosures in relation to foreign asset reporting information and investment income located offshore. To be eligible for the Voluntary Disclosures Program, taxpayers must come forward and file a valid disclosure before they become aware of any compliance action that CRA begins against them. So, Mr. Speaker, we encourage all Canadians with unreported or underreported income to avail themselves of the Voluntary Disclosures Program, pay their taxes up front, or otherwise the financial penalties for being caught cheating on their taxes could be dire. Mr. Speaker, while our government will not support M485, Canadians can rest assured that we are taking strong action to protect the integrity and fairness of Canada's tax system. We believe that following up on information and intelligence provided by informants is one of many effective solutions to addressing the complex issue of international tax non-compliance. More effective, Mr. Speaker, than attempting to substantiate some elusive tax gap that only exists, Mr. Speaker, because someone is deliberately and very aggressively, and usually with a fair amount of finesse, hiding income offshore. that so-called tax gap is almost impossible to quantify. The OECD says it's impossible to quantify, and we believe that it's impossible to quantify. That doesn't take the burden off of government to aggressively follow up on international tax evasion and international tax cheats. That actually increases the burden upon government to aggressively seek out people who are not paying their income tax, who are hiding their money offshore. And as my honourable colleague from Winnipeg South Centre said earlier, there are a number of tools in the government's toolbox. We're using every single one of them to aggressively search out these tax cheats and make sure that they are in compliance. And if not, we will use the force of the law to force them into compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate on a motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, standing in the name of Mr. Julian.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is standing for debate on this issue. Okay. Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 26, 2014, the question is deemed put and a recorded division is deemed requested. En conséquence, conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 66, a recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, March 5th, 2014, at the end of the period provided for government orders.
À l'ordre.
Order. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Area in the regulation of medical drugs in Canada, namely with respect to drug compounds prepared by mixing together two or more ingredients, of which at least one is a drug, to create a final product in an appropriate form or dosing for administration in a patient-healthcare professional relationship, typically in a hospital. The emergence of this new form of drug delivery through pre-filled syringes and bags, for example, has become problematic because companies in this sector fall between the definition of what is a drug manufacturer and what is a pharmacy, the latter regulated by the provinces, the former by the federal government. The absence of sufficient and appropriate regulatory oversight of drug compounders has led to mistakes and human tragedy, both in Canada and the U.S. In Canada, the Marchese fiasco resulted in patients receiving diluted doses of a chemotherapy drug. In the U.S., in late 2012, there was an outbreak of viral meningitis associated with a compounded steroid injectable known as MPA, which was contaminated when it was administered. 64 people died and 750 others became sick. The U.S. compounding industry was operating in the same kind of balkanized regulatory environment as drug compounders in Canada today. The tragedy prompted the U.S. to adopt the Drug Quality and Security Act. Under the Act, compounders register as outsourcing facilities, which brings the same type of regulatory oversight by the FDA as reserved for drug manufacturers, with the same standards of compliance, risk-based inspections, record retention, and adverse event reporting. The question is, why doesn't the federal government in Canada step in and apply its expertise in the regulation of drug manufacturers to drug compounders? It would seem a logical extension of federal authority and a wise application of existing federal know-how, all in the interests of the general health welfare of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, who, as citizens of this great country, deserve to benefit from common standards of health protection. Why do the Conservatives fail to show initiative? Are they afraid of the costs? Is it because doing so would require discussion with provincial health ministers who are not pleased with Ottawa's growing neglect of cooperative federalism in healthcare?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, from the moment our government was told about the reported underdosing of certain chemotherapy drugs in Ontario and in New Brunswick, we took the situation very seriously. We supported the provincial government's investigation into this incident, and we accept the findings of the Thiessen report. We agree that compounding-like activities conducted by third parties, such as Marchese Hospital Solutions, require more effective regulatory oversight, and we are determined that Canadians will have tough, effective regulations for drug safety. While this work is ongoing, Health Canada has given direction to companies providing these types of services to ensure that they have oversight in place to protect patient safety. This direction states that admixing and compounding activities are done within a hospital, meeting provincial regulatory requirements, are done outside of a hospital as a service under the supervision of a provincially licensed pharmacist, or, in the third instance, are done in a manner that meets the licensing and manufacturing requirements of the Federal Food and Drugs Acts and regulations. Canadians can be assured that organizations following these directions have the appropriate oversight in place to help ensure the safety and effectiveness of health products prepared in this way. Mr. Speaker, the facts that emerged surrounding the underdosing incident in Ontario highlighted how the practice of pharmacy has changed and evolved to include new drug preparation and purchasing models. The regulation of traditional drug compounding is premised on the issuance of a prescription by a healthcare practitioner for a single drug to a single patient as part of the practice of pharmacy, and as such is in the realm of provincial and territorial jurisdiction. The regulation of drug manufacturing requirements and processes must often be undertaken by pharmaceutical companies, and that is in the realm of the federal government. Under new drug preparation models, compounding-like activities are being conducted in dedicated facilities by third parties outside a healthcare setting for many patients at once and often without a specific prescription. This type of activity can be described as a hybrid of compounding and manufacturing. And as I said, Health Canada has taken on a leadership role in addressing this issue and is developing a proposal for a federal approach for these compounding-like activities. Our objective is to enhance the oversight of these practices for the safety of all Canadians, for my family, for your family, for families across Canada. Federal oversight would focus on the quality of products and would include additional requirements such as labeling and reporting and enhancing patient safety. Moving forward, it is important that we continue our collaborative, thoughtful approach with provinces, territories, and other partners to avoid unintended consequences in developing the new approach. We want to also create an approach that respects both the federal role in drug safety and the provincial and territorial role in the safe use of drugs, particularly because of the diversity of approaches in the oversight of these activities across Canada. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Honorable Député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Secretary, for the information she's provided on this issue. I would say that hospitals would welcome the peace of mind that standardized federal regulatory oversight of compounders would bring when it comes to purchasing large quantities of drug preparations for patients in hospitals. Also, this kind of national regulatory oversight would bring economic benefits. Specifically, compounders would be able to demonstrate to potential buyers that their processes and products respect the most stringent national regulatory standards associated with drug manufacturing. In addition, they would be able to operate more efficiently inside the internal Canadian marketplace, as they would be able to avoid having to deal with a costly patchwork of different provincial regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, having an appropriate level of regulatory oversight for compounding-like activities is a priority for our government. Health Canada acted quickly following the reported underdosing of certain chemotherapy drugs in Ontario and has taken on a leadership role in facilitating the development of a long-term solution for all of Canada. Health Canada issued an interim directive to facilities undertaking admixing and compounding activities, and outlined the conditions under which they could be allowed to continue providing those services. The Department continues to work with provinces, territories, and our stakeholders to develop a collaborative approach to increase patient safety and to ensure that an appropriate level of regulatory oversight is in place for compounding-like activities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I put a question last week about Via Rail. I've asked many, in fact. CN decided that repairs were needed between Moncton and Cape Breton, repairs to the rails. And the provincial government in New Brunswick negotiated with CN and the provincial government. It's not nice to say, but it's one of the poorest provinces in Canada. 750,000 people and a lot of infrastructure needed. They invested $25 million with CN to repair the rails between Moncton and Miramichi and Bathurst and Cape Breton. $25 million from the provincial government, $35 million from CN. The problem, that is for cargo. So goods will go from Miramichi to Moncton and go through Rivière-du-Loup to go to Quebec, Montreal, Toronto, across the country. For people to understand, they will leave from Bathurst toward Campbellton and so on toward the rest of the country. But the part that's missing is between Miramichi and Bathurst. And the part they don't want to repair, because cargo trains wouldn't be on it, means that Via Rail will be stuck. We've had a train since Canada was founded. We built a national railway from coast to coast. You can take a train from Vancouver to Halifax. With that segment from Miramichi to Bathurst inoperable, the train can no longer go through Moncton, Rogersville, Bathurst, Burstford, and other places, Campbellton, the Acadian Peninsula, as well as Gaspé Peninsula.
Which means that over 50% of Via Rail passengers will not take the train anymore. And this means, Mr. Speaker, that automatically what is going to happen? We are going to lose Via Rail from Quebec City to Halifax, and we will lose coast-to-coast rail service. We'll simply have a train that'll stop at Quebec City at the St. Lawrence River. And yet, this railway is part of our heritage, Mr. Speaker. Seniors use the train to go to Montreal, to go to the hospital, to see specialists, to go to Halifax. Students go to Halifax, to Moncton, Montreal. So, tourists as well take the train. So, I've raised this matter several times in the House of Commons. Will the Conservative government at least invest $10 million, that's all, $10 million to bring back the rail service? But the Conservative government said that they have an arm's-length relationship with Via Rail, which is a Crown corporation. But it's important to save Via Rail. It's important to Canadians. And people say that I work on the ground with the government to make the Conservatives see the light. But an opposite member said that they did work in the background. But my question to the government is quite simple. Will today's Conservative government be the one that goes down in history for having killed coast-to-coast Via Rail service? Is this the government which is going to cut rail service between Quebec City and Halifax? So I put the question very respectfully, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister. I would like to thank the member for his statement.
Operate a national rail system that's safe and efficient. To help Via Rail accomplish this, our government provides it with significant funding to deliver passenger rail services to Canadians. In 2012-2013, our government provided $275 million to Via Rail for operation and maintenance of its network. In addition to providing annual funding, our government has provided nearly $1 billion in capital funding since 2007 for Via Rail to upgrade track and signaling infrastructure, modernize its stations, and refurbish rail cars. As the minister has indicated on previous occasions, Via Rail is a Crown corporation that operates independent of our government. Our government does not operate the railway or get involved in its day-to-day operations. It's Via Rail that's responsible for determining how best to provide passenger rail services, what routes or tracks those services will operate over, and how frequently its various services will be offered to consumers. Via Rail also determines the price that it charges for these services. Via Rail is ultimately responsible for making business decisions on its operations, including making decisions about its passenger rail services in New Brunswick. Our government has made it clear that it does not intend to purchase the rail line in New Brunswick that CN has listed for sale. Our government is not in the business of buying rail lines and believes that it's best left to those who are in the business of operating railways. Instead, our federal government's approach and role is to provide a legislative framework under the Canada Transportation Act that encourages stakeholders to seek commercial solutions to issues such as the discontinuance of rail service. The line transfer and discontinuance provisions in the Canada Transportation Act are aimed at encouraging the retention of rail lines by giving railway operators and other interested parties the opportunity to buy rail lines for continued operation where it makes economic sense for them to do so. In the meantime, CN will continue to be responsible for maintaining the rail line during the discontinuance process to ensure that service is not disrupted. It's also important to note that there are public transportation options available in this region. In addition to the service provided 3 times weekly by Via Rail, there is a bus service between Moncton and Campbellton that provides daily service. Thank you.
Madame Deputy d'Acadie-Bathurst.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Parliamentary Secretary for Health. I mean, you know, we're talking about shutting down Via Rail from Quebec City to Halifax. The government is talking about, Mr. Speaker, that they don't invest in the rail. This is not true. The government has invested in the rail between Ottawa and Montreal, part of the rail that they belongs because CN did not want to get involved in Via Rail. Via Rail has invested in other places where the government has invested in the riding of the member from Peterborough. They had bought a piece of rail, and they're saying, oh, no, we didn't do it. The member of parliament from Peterborough was the parliamentary secretary of the prime minister, and saying here in this house that this government don't do it. As I say, Mr. Speaker, as I say, is it the government, is it this conservative government that will be on record that they will be closing down Via Rail from Quebec City to Halifax, taking our train, passenger train, that come from coast to coast of this country? That's something that our people and our grandfather has worked so hard, and grandfathers, and take it away. Is that going to be the government, or I hope that they study it and it's not their final answer on this here? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, CN is following the service discontinuance process that is outlined in Section 146 of the Canada Transportation Act. This section of the Act is in place to encourage the retention of rail lines by providing interested parties the opportunity to continue railway operations. The member opposite wishes to strike a committee and perhaps purchase the line. He's most welcome to do so. CN must maintain the rail line as this process unfolds so that the service is not disrupted. Via Rail, a Crown corporation that makes its own operational decisions independent of our government, will decide on the routing and schedule of the ocean service in the region based on the outcome of this discontinuance process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.